Quick, greetings, everybody. What the? What's up? So we are back because we found a way to get our word search to work. Yay! Okay, somehow this camera can't see me right now. Uh, you see, if I want my avatar to work, I have to put my camera on. Let me see. Can I do that? Get my avatar working. One, two. Oh, there we go. I can shake my neck. I could do the whop. I could do all that. Look at me. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Um, whew, it was a trifling long video we did last time because well, we got off on a little bit of the wrong foot, shall we say. And we could not get our word search to work. But what we did was we converted that damn document into a searchable PDF. Ain't that amazing? I thought it was a searchable PDF, but it wasn't. Okay, so uh I figured we keep, I would come back and try to be a good muskrat and not curse too much. So I'm back. It's good to see you. Um I just I got to do something about my potty mouth, y'all. I got to do something, but we gonna work on that in the future. But for now, we are gonna share our screen because we got the word search to work. Yay, we got the word search to work. The word search to work. Okay, okay, my neck is still a little stiff. I'm trying to work out the kinks and stuff. Eh, I'm trying to celebrate, but okay, I must. I give up. Let's just go to the screen share, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let me share the screen. Okay. Okay, let's put on our professional muskrat voice, ladies and gentlemen. We are just so happy that we got the word search to work. So we're just gonna try to jump right into it. Uh, so we left off on kind of a sour note. We wanted to be able to search this document for the instances where, and it's one too many instances where we are finding out that there is no consent. You, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, even muskrats have to belch. I think they belch, but this one does. I'm a special muskrat with human tendencies. So, okay, so let's get on into it, ladies and gentlemen. And I do apologize for the um the length of time it took to try to get a point that I never got across when it comes to this document. Okay, so since we got our word search to work, we're just going to jump right to it. But let's look one more time, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Um, so there's the part where we know for sure, that originally we were not seen as citizens in the United States. So I could make this bigger, I think. Okay. Okay. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I just feel it's really important in a more respectful manner, um, that we are clear that we're not citizens. There's going to be a group of Americans that want to remain citizens, ladies and gentlemen, and I just wish better for them. When we are conditioned mentally programmed, we will not leave the slave master's house. We won't leave. We'll kick and scream, and we'll cause an Uncle Ruckus situation. Because no, I want to stay. I love Massa. I want to stay in his mansion. I want Massa. I want Massa. I want Massa. And because he created what we call a citizen and then took our birthright namesake and put it in front of citizen, and we think, oh, that must be for us. And it's really not, ladies and gentlemen. It's a gateway so that colonizer could get all the other foreigners here. That's what it's for, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly what it did, didn't it? That's exactly what happened. They got they got us to be United States citizens with the 14th Amendment, right? As soon as that happened, suddenly they were able to give what they call birthright citizenship to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that comes over. And what happens to us? Well, I think we know what happens to us. Immigrants come, they get all kinds of, you know, um, welcome packages, you know. Somebody is paying for that, by the way, when the Congress goes ahead and starts wasting money again, so they can make the debt through the dome. That's what you invite strangers here and you give them a free meal ticket for like months, and then you say, oh, okay, time to go. They don't have to pay the bill. You scram them out of the house, but we're left with the bill if we're a citizen. Because what? Citizens are pledged to the public debt. Well, what I use the term pledge, but really they cannot question the public debt. So they are put the Constitution solidifies them as the ones to pay for all the bills that Congress creates. And that's why they love racking up a bill, because they're thinking, these Negroes that we made 14th Amendment citizens that cannot question the public debt, they're never going to be able to pay. So they'll be our slaves forever for so many different reasons. First, we called them slaves when we first got here with the doctrine of discovery. And then we made them slaves by putting our debts on their back and making them the United States citizen that they love so much. They like paying our bills. I don't like it, ladies and gentlemen. This muskrat does not like it. I knew great grandfather of our sacred Algonquin creation story. Great grandfather worked with me. Yes, me, the muskrat, indigenous to the Americas. I helped great grandfather create this wonderful, rich land of milk and honey. It was me, the muskrat, not a turtle. But we would have to look up the Algonquin creation story to find that there was no turtle involved. The Iroquois are the ones who talk about a turtle. And so they get the Lenni Lenape to also co-sign on turtles. But originally, if the Lenni Lenape stuck to their Algonquin roots, they would know that the creation story there was no turtle involved and there was no death. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about a sacrifice system, look at the creation story that involves a turtle, and you'll find there was a lot of death in the turtle version uh, of lies. Yeah, turtles are not indigenous to America, ladies and gentlemen. And in the turtle creation story, we're going off on a tangent, ladies and gentlemen. We're not supposed to do that, but we want to meditate on what's on the screen. Yes, I got the word search to work, but we got some other work as well. So we just want to get uh, any viewers who will to compare the two stories. Now, we did this in a video when we talked about the turtle, and we found out that in the two stories, the story that had me, the muskrat, uh, there was no death. It, no animals had to be killed or sacrificed to Baal. Not one. In the turtle creation story, every animal, including me, they actually put me in that janky story, ladies and gentlemen, and they said I died. But as you see, I'm still here, as copper-colored as ever, indigenous to the Americas. They tried to sacrifice me to Baal, and I said, Baal, you better get out of my way. I use my Heru power on you, and I'm the victor. No death. No death to the American. Life to the Americans, we should say. Life and freedom to the Americans. But in the turtle story, ladies and gentlemen, lots of death. That's what Baal requires, ladies and gentlemen. Look up the turtle story, please do. Or check out my video. I'll try to link it. But for now, let us continue, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us again. I know when we do back-to-back videos, it's a little bit of a struggle to get our viewership because then you say, well, which one should I watch? He just put this one out, damn it. This one, 3 hours. What the hell you want me to do? Watch both of them? I would love it if you would. Yeah. It would just make me so happy. Thank you. Thank you for your views. I wasn't sure if I was going to put that last video out, ladies and gentlemen, because again, um, the ancestors are working with me with my potty mouth. Slowly, we'll get there one day. But for now, let's look at the instances of non-consent that was all throughout this article, ladies and gentlemen. As we were reading it, and I realized, oh my gosh, I'm being gaslit. I didn't realize there was so much gaslighting in this article, ladies and gentlemen. I had no idea. They're making bad things seem good. Okay, so let's get to it. Consent. Let's see the first one. Okay, the first one, I think. Okay, there it is. So, Article 2, I'm sorry, Article 2, Section 2. No, I think they got that wrong. What? Oh, no, wait, this is not so this is not the Commerce Clause. Okay, Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, this provision, we don't talk about this article a lot, ladies and gentlemen, but listen to this. This provision gave the president the power to make treaties with the advice and consent of the Senate. This implies treaties with Indians, which had been the practice of the British, the American colonies, not Indians, and states before and after the Revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, as we said before, the doctrine of discovery made us slaves to these people, to the colonizer. So when they say they're making treaties with us, it's not a legitimate treaty because they had no consent. Now, this instance of consent is not the one we were looking for, but I figured since we're going to use our word search, let's go with it. We want to, we're going to use our word search, right? So notice, ladies and gentlemen, they're telling us that Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, this provision gave the president the power to make treaties with the advice and consent of the Senate, but not the advice and consent of American Indians. Don't you have to get us to agree to your treaties? Don't we have to be a party to it? Not in the United States, ladies and gentlemen. Indians just take orders until we say we're not under their jurisdiction. Would you join a group of Indians who are notifying the government about their mistakes regarding their jurisdiction over us, ladies and gentlemen? Think about it, because we're doing it. We are doing it. Um, and we might even look at the last document we sent out, which got to a number of public officials as of April 1st. Yeah, we sent another round of notices, ladies and gentlemen, my personal notices, and we might look at what we sent out, okay, today with this video, hopefully. Okay. So they're saying that Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, this provision gave the president the power to make treaties with the advice and consent of the Senate. But all throughout this article, we're finding that you guys didn't get our consent. So let's go to the other instances of this word. Okay, actually, I do want to finish reading this because they're saying, let's just read it. We did read this article in another video, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why we don't want to read it again, the whole thing, because we want to, kind of move on. And I think I did want to show other things. Like I was thinking maybe we just do the word search and leave this alone and make it a short video. But I think there's other things I want to look at. Okay. Or, continue a conversation on. So, um, last time, Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, this provision gave the president the power to make treaties with the advice and consent of the Senate. This implies treaties with the Indians. It implies it, but it's only an implication, ladies and gentlemen. If we're a separate nation, they have to get our consent as well. But they're already here on our land. So they figure, well, you're going to go with our program regardless. We're here now. We came without your invitation, and we're going to proceed without needing any invites or consent from you American Indians. So they say it implies treaties with Indians. Well, when you came here, you landed on our land. There was no treaty. We didn't invite you to come to our land. There should have been a treaty saying that before you came here, right? You should have had some kind of treaty. But you just showed up. Okay. It was a practice of the British. Something else they do to trick people out of land. The American colonies, yeah, they're the subjects of the British, and states before the Revolution. Well, states belong to Britain. We didn't create states, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a hard concept, but before they came, there was no Virginia. That's how I know that we didn't create states. But we have the Moors, ladies and gentlemen. Other black people, or shall we say, the black people that constantly cater to the system, and you don't know why. It's like, what has it ever done for you? Well, it gets me to take your place. That's what the Moor should say. This system allows me to masquerade as you, as long as I can convince you to be me, and then you won't have a birthright, and I will run your country with commerce, not law of the land, because you don't exist. For law of the land to exist, American Indians have to exist outside of a citizenship. So this is stuff that the British did. Yes, because it's an English system, ladies and gentlemen. That's another thing we said. This whole thing is from England. It has nothing to do with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're just the slaves that come with the quote unquote property that they're calling our land property because they're putting it in commerce, right? At the time of the writing of the Constitution in 1787, most of the American Indian tribes were sovereign nations. They were at the peak of their power, governed themselves. We were not citizens, ladies and gentlemen. They saying at the time of the writing of the 1787, we was already doing our own thing. We were doing our own thing, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what we will be doing, whether other Indians are involved or not. You see, Kanye West said slavery is a choice, ladies and gentlemen. So some American Indians will choose slavery for convenience, and they will never own land in this country. But the Indians who do step into their birthright, you will change the whole dynamic. That's why they couldn't let us have Oklahoma, ladies and gentlemen. They knew that if we found success, even in their janky system, it would pull us away from needing, you know, to be like domestic dependent. So they said, up, time to drop a bomb. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, we have so many American Indians that still want to do quote unquote business with these MFers that dropped a bomb on your people and you still trust them. We are the most trusted people, ladies and gentlemen. Some of us, ladies and gentlemen, some of us. Some of us, not all of us, right, ladies and gentlemen? Not all of us. But we have some Americans like, "Ah, drop a bomb on my head again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. This time, kill me for good, though. We don't want no 100-year-old woman talking about, can you give me some reparations? This time when you kill us dead, kill us dead. United States, kill it. See, that's what some American Indians want, ladies and gentlemen. But some of us, we not about that life, ladies and gentlemen. We just not about that life. What has being a citizen done for you so far that you want to continue in this mess, ladies and gentlemen? Be real, ladies and gentlemen. Please. Please ask yourself, what am I thinking this citizenship gonna do for me? What gonna do? After all these years, you think that raggedy old citizenship is gonna do something for you? Oh yeah, it's gonna make you a slave forever. We found that in the we might have to look at those again, ladies and gentlemen. We might have to look at the papal bulls that made us slaves. I think we want to get to that. That's, I think, what we want to look at one more time. You know, these are very important things to look at. So being repetitive is just part of the package. And we need to go to the next instance of consent, but let's just finish reading this. They were at the peak. We, American Indians, were at the peak of our power, governed ourselves, and not only occupied our lands, but owned our lands. See, with them, we just occupy our lands without interference from European settlers. But their sovereign status would soon change dramatically. Yes, we became United States citizens, and they said we're not sovereign anymore. They said we're domestic dependent. So that means they are Big Daddy. They have all the sovereignty power, and we are just sort of semi sovereigns that deserve to be dominated by these ratchet, depraved MFers. Next instance, I'm sorry, not version, instance. There's six of them altogether, ladies and gentlemen. But let's look at them. Okay. Removal of Indian tribes. In 1787, see, this is a tricky one, ladies and gentlemen, because they say talking that they're saying that we're being removed, but then when you go under it, they say, well, Judge John Marshall said they can't be have their land taken without their consent. Yeah, but you're removing me, dummy. You're doing it. You're removing me. You're saying that it can't be done without our consent, but you're doing it. See, this was got me confused last time, ladies and gentlemen. Like, what the hell? Like, they really got true word spells in this thing. Because they're saying the title of this section is Removal of Indian Tribes. Okay, so that means you're taking me off my land, right? And then when you go under, it says in 1787, Congress enacted the Northwest Ordinance to govern territory north of the Ohio River. This law recognized that Indian land and property shall never be taken from them without their consent. But you're removing me. Okay, so a few years later, President George Washington was personally involved in securing one of the new country's first treaties with American Indian people. Okay, so they cornswoggle them into giving up land. They say you know the land is yours. They done moved you, but then when they find something that they want in your land, well, let's make a deal so you could give me your land. You're supposed to just leave me with this land that you already limited me to. You can't be that greedy, yo. So President George Washington was personally involved. in securing one of the new contracts. I'm sorry, new country's first treaties with American Indian people. Treaty of New York in 1790. So, as part of the treaty, the Creeks gave up some of their land in Georgia. So the treaty was in New York. The Creeks gave up some of their land in Georgia to the United States in exchange for a trade deal and farming tools. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just thinking to myself, do treaties work like this with other, what they would call actual real nations, since they say we're not a real nation as American Indians because we're domestic dependent? Is that the kind of deal you make with other nations? Give us some of your land for some tools, and yeah, it's just nothing that's happening in the United States is really, it can't be like any other country because other countries are not seen as domestic dependent. So the United States gets to do all kinds of jankiness under the guise that we're domestic dependent. Let's go to the next uh, instance of consent, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we saw this one in the last one. In 1887, Congress passed the General Allotment Act, aka the Dawes Act, with no Indian involvement or consent. So we saw that one. I didn't realize that most of them are in this piece that we're looking at, this section of the article. So let's go to the next one. So okay, so Congress does things and they just do it without asking the Indians. Remember, we don't have representatives. So Congress, when they do something like this, they're not beholden to ask Indians because we're not counted to be in their system. They just do what they want with us. That's a dictatorship, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go to the next. So they argued that it violated a treaty. Okay. The Kiowa Nation had been forced onto a reservation in southwestern Oklahoma in 1867, sued the United States over the Dawes Act. They argued that it violated a treaty that said tribal lands could be broken up only with the consent. Okay, so we read that they said it can only be with the consent, right? Of three-fourths of all adult Kiowa men. Okay. In 1903, the Supreme Court decided that Congress could allot the tribal land of the Kiowa and all other Native nations, what? Without their consent. So let's look at that again. The Kiowa Nation, who had been forced onto a reservation in southwestern Oklahoma in 1867, sued the United States over the Dawes Act. They argued that it violated a treaty that said tribal lands could be broken up only with the consent of three-fourths of all adult Kiowa men. In 1903, the Supreme Court decided, ladies and gentlemen, obviously without Indian consent, but that's what we're going to read, right? They just like they're your baby daddy, y'all. That's what Congress and Supreme Court are doing. In 1903, the Supreme Court decided that Congress could allot the tribal land of the Kiowa and all other Native nations. That's huge. That's why we want to read this, ladies and gentlemen. They extended non-consent to all Native nations without their consent. Congress could allot the tribal land of the Kiowa and all other Native nations without their consent, even if doing so meant the U.S. government was breaking a treaty. Ladies and gentlemen, can you do business or can you have any contract with a entity that does not honor their contracts? Well, they didn't have to because, ladies and gentlemen, the contract was not valid. Because all of this is done under duress, ladies and gentlemen. We were invaded, ladies and gentlemen. We did not invite them. They just showed up on our shores, ladies and gentlemen. That's an invasion. That's an invasion, ladies and gentlemen. You don't treaty after you invade someone's house, ladies and gentlemen. So now the Supreme Court and Congress decided they could take tribal land and all other native nations' land without their consent, even if doing so meant the U.S. government was breaking a treaty. So you people, American Indians, because I don't think you're really American Indians. I think you're Moors. And if you are, that means you know exactly what you're doing. So I'm just wasting my breath. But just say for argument's sake, shits and giggles, why would you want to continue when you see that the Constitution says you're not supposed to be in this system, but when you're in it, they're doing shit like this, ladies and gentlemen, and you think it's okay? It's no, never mind. We can continue to trust these. See, this is what it is, ladies. There's a dangerous thing happening that I've been becoming more cognizant of. And it has something to do with what's going on with the Epstein files. It's just a picture of it. But what they're doing, ladies and gentlemen, if they show you what they did and then they move on to next, do you know that you are somehow complicit in that? When you see an injustice happen and they get to give us a little peek and then they say, okay, let's go to war now. Yes, I was playing with a 13-year-old girl and she bit my pee-pee, but let's go to war now. And then we say, okay, yeah, yeah, okay, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just been made complicit in a crime. You have just been made party to a crime. When you sit back and you hear that some grown man got his pee-pee bit because a 13-year-old was not having it. You sit back and you still champion this person. There is something wrong with you, ladies and gentlemen. You're a victim of cognitive dissonance. You're lying to yourself, and you are complicit in what they call statutory rape. Yeah. So there's a flip side to our, shall we say, non non responsibility. Uh this, I believe, is out there. This information is out there. They say the woman dropped the lawsuit, of course, because you know, I just think that fear was involved. And even if she got paid off, that doesn't mean that there wasn't a fear involved. So what am I saying? I'm saying, as we sit back and watch the circus, there is an insidious complicitness going on especially when we continue to champion someone. It's one thing to say, you know what, I'm done. I don't support this. I can't. I'm not going to act like I didn't hear what I just heard. And then it went through the court, so it really did happen. But they're going to make it go away. When you make things go away and you saw what was said, you heard what was said, and then you just go, well, oh well, I guess it's no big deal. But you're opening up yourself to that kind of thing. God forbid. What if the 13-year-old was someone you knew? Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, how does this connect to what we're saying? It connects to what we're saying because as a citizen in this system, you don't have a voice. So automatically you're gonna somehow have to just stand back when these kind of atrocities happen because you're going to be threatened in some way. That's another thing. How do citizens get threatened by their own government? That's kind of crazy, isn't it? But that's exactly what happened during, shall we say, the COVID years. That's what citizens get, ladies and gentlemen. That's what citizens get. So when I see a quote unquote Negro sort of somehow finding some kind of renewed joy and purpose in a citizenship, I have to wonder if they're working with a full deck, ladies and gentlemen. I really do. It's one thing to just not have enough information, but these folks, they going in and they doing all this research. And what I've noticed, and I've said this to my constituents, it's funny how a Negro, no matter what, when they come back to their platforms, they've done some research. They come back to their platforms after, I guess, hiatus, whatever, you know, Trump doing. They were Trump supporters before, and then they just like sort of take a little bit of a break. Where they really... Then they come back with renewed vigor. But what I noticed that it's it's always a push to stay in the two-ring circus. It's like a Negro goes away and comes back to their platform. It's not, I want to get the hell out of here. It's, well, I found out that this, what they were supposed to do, I found this old congressional thing, and really a citizen is so special because they, once upon a time, they were sovereigns in England. And so we were supposed to, it's like the pattern, ladies and gentlemen, is a Negro disappears. They started out perhaps staunch Trump supporters. He fucks up, they sort of go silent or something, or just don't do as many videos or whatever. Then they come back with some new information, but the new information never has to do with us being. It never. Okay, for instance, it never talks about this, ladies and gentlemen. How about we just go back up here for a minute? How about we just go back up here for a minute? So let's read this, ladies and gentlemen. This part right here. At the time of the writing of the Constitution in 1787, most of the Native American tribes were sovereign nations. They were at the peak of their power, governed themselves, and occupied lands without interference from European settlers. But their sovereign status would soon change dramatically. This is in 1787, y'all. So what am I saying? How come when a Negro goes away from their platform, disappears during Trump's times of turbulation, they come back and they never talk about this time in our history. You notice that, ladies and gentlemen? It's like nobody is talking about pre-Constitution, who we were before the Constitution arrived, ladies and gentlemen. No Negro speaks to that. I might be the only one, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not trying to brag. I'm just a humble muskrat I am an sometimes an aquatic animal, and then sometimes I come up on the land. So I'm ambidextrous. Oh, I mean, somewhat. Well, I don't know if I'm an amphibian. I'm a mammal, but I do a lot of stuff in the water too. I just put it that way, okay? But ladies and gentlemen, please make a note, make a mental note. Negroes that you see, they never talk about the time before colonization. And remember, we figured out that has to be a Moor because that's when Moors came to our land. And they started creating the republic and the democracy and the republic. That's all they know, ladies and gentlemen. But I suspect that true blue American Indians will long for the time before colonization. It's just something in my bones, ladies and gentlemen. It's something in my bones tell me that if we only dream of the time after colonization, something is terribly wrong with our logic, ladies and gentlemen. Something is terribly wrong with our logic. How come nobody ever longs for the time before we had a United States, ladies and gentlemen? Think about it. Think about it. What I'm saying, what I'm asserting, that's a sign of a Moor. He only wants to talk about when he shows up. That's why he promoted Africa, because that's where he showed up, in Africa. And so America had to take a back seat back in the day. But now that we're coming up and truth is coming out, the Moors is trying now to be like they was on both continents. We was North African and we was American. Negro, you are delusional. That's what you are. That is what you am fucking are, okay? Delusional. You better go back to your roots in North Africa. And ladies and gentlemen, they please don't tell them that there's another part to Africa. They don't want to hear about those Negroes in South Africa. They ain't got no time for that. I told you these are fancy Negroes. They want all of America, but they only talk about North Africa as their true origin. They don't. As far as they're concerned, that's not part of the rest of Africa. That is North Africa, ladies and gentlemen. We like to. I just like to, me, ladies and gentlemen. I like to remind folks of the jankiness. You know, they yet, like we said in another video, they'll put in their dictionary that once they come here as Negropeans, they are American now. Our birthright is like their biggest wet dream. It is their most. This is what they seek day and night. Our birthright, ladies and gentlemen. But as we said, the Moors don't share, so they can't have us here. Else they would have left us alone. They would have never saw to it that we had our status changed, since they know all about how commerce laws work and how straw men work and all of that. They would have made sure we never were changed from American Indian to colored. But they were there and they just stood there and they even encouraged it, right, Jesse Jackson? Rest in whatever. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we have Negroes encouraging us to be legal misnomers. That's what the Moor facilitates in America, ladies and gentlemen. Just open your eyes and see. It's either a very ignorant American Indian, one who has been indoctrinated by Moors, or it is a Moor himself that actually promotes us into being political misnomers because he's stealing your birthright, okay? He is the Yakub in his story, okay? But unfortunately, we are not Esau because we never sold him our birthright knowingly. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this article is all about non-consent, right? We did not consent to someone taking our birthright. They just took it with word spells, ladies and gentlemen, word spells. like birthright citizenship. That's a word spell, ladies and gentlemen. I like to put it this way: Indians have a birthright, and we can be here without a citizenship. Foreigners have to have a citizenship. That's why American Indians should not want one. American Indians should not want a citizenship because that's available again to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. You have to be something else if you're an American Indian, and you expect to own land, not be an occupier, own your land. So that last consent, that was like the mother load right there, ladies and gentlemen, because we found out, yeah, found out, yes, in 1903, the Supreme Court, you thought the court was for you, ladies and gentlemen. When you all think of the Supreme Court, you hear a little, I hear a symphony, and it's let's go to the Supreme Court because they're going to do right by us, huh? No, ladies and gentlemen, they're the ones that created this vast body of federal anti-Indian law, is what Peter DeRico, we always talk about Peter DeRico, right? The woke attorney, but still got some waking to do, but he's still very helpful, ladies and gentlemen. Very, 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 very helpful. He is. He has been. He's a gift from the ancestors in many ways for me, ladies and gentlemen. Peter DeRico. If you get a chance to look him up on YouTube, he has a channel called, oh boy, Domination Chronicles. I think that's what it's called. I will link. Now, he doesn't get everything right, ladies and gentlemen, but he will tell you exactly what your federal government is doing when it comes to anything that they're conflating with Indians, like Native Americans. They do a lot of conflating when it comes to us, ladies and gentlemen, putting things in one basket when they don't belong in one basket, just like they did with blacks and Indians. They like to put us all in one basket, right, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah. So in 1903, the Supreme Court, it's not our big justice giver, ladies and gentlemen. They decided with Congress, oh, wait a minute, the Supreme Court decided that Congress could. So it's Congress and Supreme Court that got to be notified, ladies and gentlemen, in a peaceful manner. We are all about peace. So much peace. It's almost blissful, the peace that we are about, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost blissful. But they have to be notified, ladies and gentlemen. I learned that it's not a petition. That was a mistake I made, ladies and gentlemen. Petitions are when you try, please, King, please, don't do this to me, Massa, please. No, Massa, no. That's what a petition is, ladies and gentlemen. A notice, now you're talking the language of a sovereign. A notice is telling what's going to be happening, how we are going to be operating, because we have a right to, in a peaceful, what they call civil, but I don't know if they know what, I don't know what civil really mean, but they seem to think it means something good. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I truly don't know. It's from England after all. We can't be too sure. They redefine words, ladies and gentlemen. They redefine, those are word spellers, connoisseurs. So let's read this and stop playing around. In 1903, the Supreme Court decided that Congress could allot the tribal land of the Kiowa and all other nations, native nations, without their consent, even if doing so meant the U.S. government was breaking a treaty. We need to highlight this. Oh boy. God's have mercy. God, and people want to be in a system where this is what happens. And ladies and gentlemen, we can't just ask them, oh, could you not do this no more? The idea is when it comes to American Indians, there is no consent. Uh, okay, so yeah, we have to highlight that. Um, what man, this part is so, oh, I just feel it so I want to put another mark on this because well, y'all got to, I think y'all need to take a screenshot of this so we can remember. Gotta remember, y'all. This is, we can't remember. We gotta remember this. Oh, this is important. We gotta remember this, y'all. How can we trust any agreements we make, allegedly, because we were not in a position to make agreements? They said that we were like, again, wards. If you're looking at me as a ward, that means I don't have a say. And that's what they said we are, y'all. They said they're like guardians and we're like wards. So so you're saying that I consented to be this? And you're saying that through the doctrine of discovery, I consented to be a slave in what's it say? Perpetuity? Perpetually. We're gonna look at that again too, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So please, if you can, take a screenshot of that so you kind of remember what the Supreme Court, how they do, okay? And how, Congress and the Supreme Court is like, hey, yo, what we doing with these Negroes today? Well, I don't know. I had the thought that maybe we could end take some more land and end treaty making. Okay, that's always, always the option here. Yeah, let's make an act. Yeah, are we gonna consult them about this act? Oh hell no, we don't have to consult them Negroes. What? Go you have you read the Doctrine of Discovery by Negro? Have you read what we can do with these niggas? Okay, so you know what time it is. You already know, my nigga. You already knows. And they still want to work with us, by the way. Ain't that wonderful? Yeah, bro. I didn't know niggers could be so compliant, yo. I just had no idea. Is this easy? Yeah, nigga, my nigga, it's that easy when you throw in some religion. Just that old time religion. Hmm. Tell them that God said it and they gonna do it. Tell them that God said they sinners and they gonna believe it. And so that's why, yeah, yeah, let's keep it going, keep it going. Yeah, nah, nah, I can't. Ladies and gentlemen, I already sent my notice that I'm not a citizen. I'm good. They know. I'm good. I'm good and I'm gonna be good because I'm doing this in a peaceful, lawful, sovereign loving manner. Okay, so I thought we would go be quick. I'm just lingering. Let's go to the next one. Is there no other one? Okay. I think this is wait. Okay. As political scientist and member of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, David E. Wilkins has written Native people did not ask for U.S. citizenship, but rather the 1924 law. Oh, baby. How did I miss this one? How did I miss it? This was right above the one we kept reading, right? And look what we missed. Let's read that again, ladies and gentlemen. This is important because I always thought that once again we see Congress making decisions for Indians that they never asked, right? As political scientist and member of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, David E. Wilkins has written, Native people did not ask for U.S. citizenship. Rather, the 1924 law thrust citizenship upon them without their consent. Now, there's not many mentions of it, ladies and gentlemen. There's only six. But these last two, they take the cake. They take the cake. A political scientist, ladies and gentlemen. Let's don't do that blow up again. Please take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen, so we can find out what we're working with and be better prepared. I just want you to know what you're getting into as a citizen. Remember, they're talking about a United States birthright citizen. Now, what I have said, and I will continue to say, Native Americans had to get a citizenship from the slave babies. And I find that that's very telling of who the Negro truly is. The United States did not make a citizenship based on Native Americans. They made a citizenship based on free slaves, ladies and gentlemen, freed or what they call emancipated slaves. Why would you make a citizenship based on your slaves, for goodness sake? They must have been the American Indians, because who the hell would do some stupid shit like that? I would think that you'd have to get your birthright from Native Americans if they were the real Indians of America. They would have the birthright part that you're going to minimize and eradicate by putting it in front of the word citizen. Birthright citizen is no such thing. It is a political misnomer. If you have a birthright, you don't need a citizenship unless you want to be a slave. As political scientists, now see, now I don't know. Now I want to read that whole. Ooh, wait a minute, what that do? Get that. Stop highlighting for crying out loud. Um, okay. Now I feel like I want to read this whole thing though, or maybe not. Maybe not. I we'll just keep it there because this looks like it's too much. But that's enough. A political scientist, not some random Negro on a YouTube channel, a political scientist and member of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, David E. Wilkins, has written, Native people did not ask for U.S. citizenship. U.S. citizenship, ladies and gentlemen, is known as the birthright citizenship. They had to get that from emancipated slaves in order to give it to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that comes to America. Again, wouldn't it be more apropos to create a citizenship based on Native Americans? I mean, we're just the slaves. Why would you want to use us to make a citizenship? Because we're the real American Indians. That's why, ladies and gentlemen. Aren't you tired of being gaslit every day? Like, every day? I'm going to say it again, ladies and gentlemen, because this is really also the crux of this message. But see, it's a catch-22, because then Indians will say, well, does that mean I should have a birthright citizenship? Like we just said, ladies and gentlemen, birthright and citizenship should not be in the same sentence, as far as I'm concerned. Technically, they shouldn't be next to each other as a phrase, because people who have birthrights do not need citizenships. We had a birthright before they arrived, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we needed. Now they come along and create. When they create, watch out. There is a very strong likelihood that the terms we use that they give us have been copywritten, ladies and gentlemen, just like the term FBA, so that every time you use it, some Negro gets paid, right? And then every time he's on a platform, he just talks, and that's all he says. FBA, 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 like cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. Money that American Indians are not making because we're not standing and owning our land and our birthright. We use the term birthright citizen, that might be already copywritten. Again, like fundamental Black Americans is copywritten. When they throw in terms at you, ladies and gentlemen, they want you to adopt those terms because then those terms is like become like a paycheck. That's why we have to invent the words, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be so quick to use these political words. If you do, put a disclaimer. When I use this word, I'm just using it in plain English, not legalese. So, ladies and gentlemen, we hit all the ways that consent was not given. Uh, what else do we want to look at, ladies and gentlemen? Well, I looked at this document and I realized we did this before, ladies and gentlemen, but I still feel like the message is not getting out. So this is not the strongest argument against citizenship, but it is a good commentary on consent and lack thereof. So we might want to, let me see. A public official letter. Or do I want to go with the summary? This can be closed. This could be closed. I should have closed that. We already had an instance. Okay. It came up, so let's just look at it quickly, ladies and gentlemen. This is a two-pager. This is my latest notice to the people you see at the top there. Okay, that's the governor of New York. The senator, I still have to send the senators out, but I've spoken to him already. But this particular notice, he hasn't gotten this one yet. But everyone else did. Attorney General, you see? The Supreme Court in New York, the clerk, state comptroller, deputy commissioner, state treasurer. Okay. Councilwoman, local councilwoman. Okay. Mayor. Well, I updated this, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sorry, I did send one to the new mayor of New York. The new one, Mm-hmm. The one that was going to have free public transportation and people just don't know where the money coming from. Mm-hmm. That one that they say is going to bring Sharia law. Mm-hmm. That one. Mm-hmm. So he's not listed here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. This is the older version. I thought I brought up the newer version, but I promise you, he got one, ladies and gentlemen. The only person that did not get one is Senator Comrie, because when I went to mail it, I thought I had his with me. But me and Senator Comrie have been in communication, or at least I have communicated to him. And so he's the one, if you recall, in my much earlier videos, I said I felt like I really sort of poured my heart out to Comrie. That's why I think somehow fate had me not contact him this time. But again, this went out. So let's see if we can read it. I do get a little, I don't know, long-winded, ladies and gentlemen, but trust me, they are seeing the key words and they know exactly what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. And so that was the certified mail. I put it on, the envelope and the letter. So let's try to go through this quickly, ladies and gentlemen. This is just an idea. You never have to use exact same words if you don't want to, but this is what I felt I wanted to say as a sovereign American Indian. This was what I felt like communicating. And of course, I can always, you know, I have the say, ladies and gentlemen. I correct anything that I might have missed in this letter. Okay? So, there you see it went who it went to. It's about 9 people, I believe. Okay. Uh dear United States public and or private official, because some of them are acting in private, I do believe, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So thank you if you are reading this, my letter addressed to you via email and registered mail in a peaceful, civil manner, as this is an urgent matter. Please know the words that follow are not meant as an offense or an an anarchic defiance. Yes, like anarchy defined. Okay. From my point of view, notices such as this are the only option I have to avoid legal, political antagonism, harassment, extortion, and the ultimate genocide of myself, my family, and my people as the original first American Indians not taxed. We were federally misclassified into subjugated, unprotected wards called Black, Negro, and Colored. I admit, ladies and gentlemen, I do get a little run on y, and I pardon. Again, it's not perfect, but it says what I felt needed to be said. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, based on the March 30th, 2023 repudiation of the Doctrine of Discovery by Pope Francis and Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, the Indians not taxed clause, Article 1, Section 2, Indians not taxed, Clause 3 of the Constitution for the United States of America, it is my duty and honor to address this notice to you regarding my reclaiming of my standing as the first American Indian of the lands, known as the Americas, particularly the United States areas. Please also see my public notice published as of September 12th, 2024, which is my formal legal declaration attached. Thank you. I respectfully declare to you that due to my first American so-called Indian ancestry prior to the creation of the United States and the federal misclassification stated above that led to my political genocide off of my ancestral lands completely as a so-called African American, this slow, systemic, centuries-long political genocide, beginning as far back as 1492 to 1493, I, as well as fellow American so-called Indians, are owed our lands freely, as well as our birthright standing, restitution, compensation akin to that which illegal immigrants received, but in the form of unlimited all expenses paid by the United States. Its principles and any machinations or versions thereof. In the near future, I hope to further express how I should like to receive compensation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like my compensation personally in all expenses paid, because I don't want to deal with the mercurial nature of how they use fiat. I don't want to deal with interest rates, inflation and deflation. I just want what I want when I want it. Just give it to me because you owe me. Point blank, period. 500 years of theft is what is owed, as well as all my land. 500 years of no contract, but the pretense of a contract where you get to profit off of my natural resources. Algonquins held a whole lot of land, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I find it odd, and I said it before, that colonizer would. It's not odd, but it is. It's a peculiarity. you didn't want to deal with Algonquins who had the most land, but you were after the most land. So you found a small group of Indians in an Iroquois confederacy, and they didn't have that much land. So you used them as a means to get all the land that Algonquins had, and then you don't talk, you act like they never existed in North America. Nasty work, ladies and gentlemen, some nasty work. But the funny thing is, they had no reason to be interested in Iroquois, is what I'm trying to say, because Iroquois had just a little bit of land, ladies and gentlemen, just a little bit of land compared to the area known as Algonquin land. Now, as you all know, I always say that we were all Algonquin speaking because that's the language that they chose to put in their American English dictionary. They didn't go to any other languages like Iroquois, Siouan. They have programmed AI to be vague and say it was all a lot of native languages was put in the dictionary. But when you get deep and dirty with AI and you throw what you know, what throw at her what you know, that she little by little, she will. I got AI to admit that it was primarily Algonquin, and there was really no Iroquois used in the dictionary. Well, and this is not to put down Iroquois. Algonquin was their language, I believe, before they got Stepford wifed. I believe that was the language we all spoke, ladies and gentlemen. I think it sounded or it had some of the French type of letters or suffixes, prefixes, you know. Again, we said Iroquois. That's an Algonquin word, Iroquois. But you would think it's French, right? I do believe that French derived their language from Algonquins. And then lingua franca was created with you know, some French words and English words. Now it's hard to do the deep dive, but I suspect that both languages are originally American, English and French. I don't ask me, ladies and gentlemen. I although the one that's lingua franca, which is English, is probably the ones the Moors came up with because they're the ones interested in stealing your commerce. So they would want a commerce language. So they might have something to do with the English language, ladies and gentlemen. This is just my supposition because I believe the internet is wiped of true information about where these languages came from. Because I know for a fact that the Caribbean, we were speaking English before England was even England. I'm pretty certain of that. I am pretty damn certain of that. You know, it's just one of those things you just gotta know. Uh, it seems like Europe, the two uh very developed countries in Europe, which was Portugal and Spain, they were speaking some kind of Spanish. But here in the Americas, Spanish people were not in America; they were in Europe. Spanish-speaking people are like Portuguese and Spain. I believe somehow we were speaking English, and that's where the Moors got English from. I think the West Indians were speaking English, and then when they were kidnapped to Britain, Ireland, and Scotland, that's where you're getting that British accent from. That's what my gut is telling me, ladies and gentlemen. So, where did I leave off? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, pardon me if it gets a little wordy. This was a very important document for me, and it's not that I'm trying to put on airs. I just was trying to figure out the best way to communicate to these public officials and really sort of let them know that I'm serious. And I am. I really am, ladies and gentlemen. Um, this is a notice. This is a notice to them, ladies and gentlemen. And if you ask me what made you go this route, like aren't you scared or whatever, or don't you wonder that they could do this, they could do that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've listened to attorneys like Peter DeRico. I've listened to state nationals who have a very good grip on the law, ladies and gentlemen. I learned a lot. It so this I didn't get this from Moors, ladies and gentlemen, because the Moors, in my honest opinion, and this is not even taking a jab like I often do, I honestly know, it's not a think. I know that what the Moors are actually teaching, they are teaching commerce. So in other words, this system as it is, this is the Moorish system. This is the law they talk about. When you go to them, they're gonna stat you and code you out. They're gonna start getting you to look at statutes and codes and look at that was that, this and that. What I learned from the state nationals is that that's commerce. The state nationals are quite clear that this is all commerce. Whereas the Moors, they won't let you know that this is commerce. They won't let you know that you, as an American Indian, you don't have to partake in this. It's your resources. You hold the bag. You should be making the laws. A Moor does not want you to make your rules, ladies and gentlemen. I don't care what they sound like. The minute you hear them acting like they giving some validity to this government, you know that they're pushing this government on you, ladies and gentlemen. And the thing is, they're such experts, like I said before, and I'll say it again, they should have been told us what Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 is about. What they should have been saying to us all along, ladies and gentlemen, unlike myself or more from North Africa, you American Indians don't have to be citizens. If you know, they know so much about the law, ladies and gentlemen, right? They know so much about the law, but they never really just said that flat out to us. They're too busy trying to get us caught up in their religious rhetoric and they stories of Abraham and all of that, stories of Yaqub and stuff. It's like you just spooking me the fuck out, Negro. You trying to get me to be scared of that beast? Ladies and gentlemen, there comes a time when fear is just what's the word, ladies and gentlemen? Uh, a waste of time. A waste of time. There's only so much fear you can inflict on someone, certain people, and until you unleash their inner, I don't know what to call it, their inner can of, I just don't give a fuck anymore. You got me between a rock and a hard place, and you trying to give me some more fear. Mm, mm. So it's like realizing that I was an American Indian and I wasn't supposed to be paying taxes. I don't owe the federal government one red cent. I want that reality, ladies and gentlemen, because I've been on the threatened end of, oh, we're going to take your house because you didn't pay taxes. I was pretty young when I lost my mother, and my father had been gone already for a number of years. And so I struggled to keep the house, ladies and gentlemen. And when I finally paid off the mortgage, it just never sat right with me that I felt it's like it was just something in my core. I can't explain it to you. I just felt that there's something wrong with me, my parents buying a house and I have to keep paying for it forever and ever, amen? Well, we don't do amen. I don't. Um, it never sat right with me, ladies and gentlemen. I felt like I guess I was younger at the time, and I just felt too it felt too much of a burden. I couldn't see it. And it felt like the ancestors, all they did was guide me. This it's almost like you don't feel right for a reason. There's a whole lot of unrighteousness going on around you, son. That feeling you got, we're going to reveal to you why you have that feeling. Can you imagine what it felt like when I first learned that it's right there in the damn Constitution and these bastards just weasel their way out of. That's why you can't have a contract with these fuckers. Pardon my French, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a peaceful Indian, but I have a potty mouth when I want to. Ladies and gentlemen, it comes a time when you just get, as they say, sick and tired of being sick and tired and scared and worried and frustrated and feeling like there's always this threat of the police, the jail, the fines, the interest, oh my God, to find out that I'm the one that's owed and I'm just being made a mockery on my own land that I'm paying to live, paying foreigners to live on my land so they can have the life of Riley in their homeland if they ever go back there. I can't do it, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm just being honest. And you know, this is all lawful. If the Constitution spoke to us being sovereign, we cannot allow a foreigner to say, you're sovereign, but not quite. We can't be toyed with that like that, ladies and gentlemen. We can't be. I I I just this is what was in me the whole entire time. And I see that this was I it just now that I'm on the other side of ignorant when it comes to my standing as an American Indian, I can't go back. This was a gift. This was a gift that the ancestors gave me. And I'm just in awe that I felt worthy. If the ancestors are allowing me to know this, they must love me more than I thought. That's a wonderful feeling. That's a wonderful feeling. Um, let's finish reading, ladies and gentlemen. I, as well as fellow American so-called Indians, are owed our lands freely, as well as our birthright standing. Restitution compensation akin to that which illegal immigrants received, but in the form of unlimited, all expenses paid by the United States. Uh, its principles and any machinations or burdens thereof. In the near future, I hope to further express how I should like to receive compensation. As I am new to standing on my birthright, I'm being real with them. It's like I want to let them know I know, but I'm new to this, so and you know why I'm new to it because you never intended me to know about this. To be acting about. It has taken me some time to figure out how to go about taking actions in that vein. I offer you this simple notice, which is legally valid per my identifying as a first American Indian not bound or subject to the United States or any other foreign entity jurisdictions. As such, I am still owed a peaceful, unhindered, non-antagonistic, unharassed existence in the Americas. And I thank you in advance for noting your records should any issues arise. In my declaration of my peaceful American Indian sovereignty on the land, I would like to claim my home and the land it is on, referred to as block and lot, as permanently my own and my family's after, and not subject to any taxation or any charges in perpetuity. Part of my rationale is the fact that up to my awakening, to my original standing on the land, I have paid taxes into the United States that they knew I was not obligated to pay. If I include my parents, grandparents, great-parents, great-grandparents, all the way back, this would begin to show the extent of lifetimes worth of credit, for lack of a better word, that I am owed as a first American so-called Indian. I say so-called because even Indian is a misnomer for American, which would mean a misnaming occurred in the U.S. constitutions, so that my actual so-called nationality could be given to Europeans per the 1828 Webster's Dictionary definition of an American, as a term originally applied to the copper-colored races found in the Americas, but now applied to Europeans born in America. This is a crime which the United States seems unable to address, yet this is no reason for a first American Indian such as myself to continue to be made victim of due to the political evasion of above-mentioned repudiation of the doctrine of discovery. So I'm saying that the United States is evading the reality of the repudiation of the doctrine of discovery, which is a legal document, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to try to say it has nothing to do with the law. It has everything to do with this United States even being here. So they cannot divorce themselves from that. If you laid your foundation on the doctrine of discovery, I'm very sorry, my dear. You are up for elimination. I have in the past year sent notices similar to this via email and registered mail 3 to 4 months ago, though I have not received any response. I also have not yet even received my registered mail return receipts. My God. But as in the case of state, federal, international systems, I must deem non-response to sovereign American Indians as a form of what those commercial entities would call acquiescence to our assertion of our Indian not tax claims. Claims to the contrary must be void as fraud. Fraud due to there being no need for any treaties, contracts, agreements of any kind, nor any illegitimate documents such as deeds, titles, or land patents until today, with or between any misclassified American Indians. I'm saying there's no need for these agreements with any misclassified American Indians and any United States entities by reason of the land confiscating no contracts needed directive from the Church of Rome's doctrine of discovery, which is the one and only true basis of the alleged jurisdiction and plenary authority assumed and taken over federally misclassified American Indians. So it's just I guess, a exaggerated way of saying that they are only standing on the doctrine of discovery. So all of those treaties, deeds, land titles, they're all fraud because they were bypassed. That's what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen. All of those documents have been made irrelevant because of the doctrine of discovery. If you can take my land, you don't need a deed. I don't need a title. They're not needed. What you used was the doctrine of discovery. But my land was always mine. And, they're just instruments of a contract that we never signed. These documents are instruments of a contract we never consented to. That's why it's fraud. That's why it's invalid. What I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is if somebody comes to you saying, please sign this contract so I can give you a title, please sign this mortgage so you can buy this house, please take this land patent as proof that you own this land, and we do it, and we find out that it's not those documents themselves that are causing us to have to be subject to them. It is the doctrine of discovery that makes those documents possible because they don't have any authority outside of the doctrine of discovery, ladies and gentlemen. That's how this works if we work it. If we don't say anything, they're going to say that we are acquiescing to their domination. That's why it was so important for me to write this, ladies and gentlemen. I want them to know that I'm not acquiescing. I do see the validity of the repudiation of the doctrine of discovery, although you have the luxury of choosing not to because you're still going by the doctrine of discovery. In my sovereign American Indian capacity, I beseech U.S. public officials, agencies, and entities to void any paperwork they hold that is used as evidence of my being a United States or state citizen or a ward of the state, etc. It must be noted that I am an American Indian who isn't subject to the jurisdiction of the United States or any states, but owed safe passage even without these state or federal credentials. I will have my own American ID to present, American Indian ID to present. I may at times need to flash an expired state or federal ID card for convenience due to acts such as the Dawes Act, which dissolved my tribes and my ability to have them provide me our own created IDs. But this use of their IDs when I need it, ladies and gentlemen, because there are times when some people are not taking, there's agencies that won't take an American Indian's ID because they're so used to, the federal one. But I'm telling the federal agents that just because I might use that sometime, this use does not have the effect of rendering me subject to the jurisdiction of the United States or any machinations thereof. And I'm telling them why. It's because they dissolve my people's ability to make official IDs as sovereign Indian tribes. So if you destroyed my means of having my own ID, I'm just going to use yours, but it ain't going to tie me to you. I'm just flashing it and it's expired. And I will explain why I haven't renewed it when if somebody asks, because I don't have to have this. I'm just using it because this oppressive system makes it where nobody recognizes a true sovereign when they see one, damn it. These such as airlines, cruise ships, companies, etc., must be made aware that an Indian tax is free to travel if any state or federal agent must be contacted to vouch this fact. Now, we could see a lot of issues with that. They'd be dragging. Say now you got the airport or something. I don't travel a lot. I just threw this in here as an example of what it means for me to not have to use their IDs. So let's just move on. Again, this is necessary due to acts such as the Dawes Act, which dissolved the tribes that the U.S. deemed uncivilized, who were most notably Algonquin Americans such as myself. It was mostly Algonquins, ladies and gentlemen, who were uncivilized. This is a fact. The only Algonquins I know of that are civilized are like the Lenni Lenape. If they're either civilized or they're like a 501(c)(3), which is like being civilized. You will hear about them every now and then because they're the only Algonquins that submitted to domination. I do affirm in my declaration, no, the Iroquois Confederacy, 5 civilized tribes, nor any civilized tribes can speak for myself, as they are United States entities that typically claim origins to such African countries as Mali. I am an American with no claims to any other lands, except those known as being in the Western Hemisphere. I will not be able to address here in this letter every single issue that I may face in terms of reclaiming my birthright and this transition, but the most pressing is that of a current tax lien sale issue. Yeah, we talked about this before, ladies and gentlemen. So they haven't said anything. So I am Now I gave them a time. I had to put a time limit on it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm acting in a civil manner. I'm not threatening any federal official's life. I'm not saying that I have weaponry, although I'm entitled to bear arms just because I'm an American Indian. I don't have to have no damn license or anything. I don't have to have a license. Some people say I should get training. But even if I carry, it is only as a defense, not an offense. Let the record reflect. I'm a peaceful American Indian. I just don't want to be dominated by foreigners. I find it detestable. It pisses me the hell off that I can't go to somebody else's country and do what this system does to we as American Indians. It just pisses me off. If they have options, we don't. This is the only land we're going to get, ladies and gentlemen. If we don't fight for it, oh well, we're not. We're going to be eliminated from it. I cannot. Let me see. Where I leave off. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, let's start again. I will not be able to address here in this letter every single issue that I may face in terms of reclaiming my birthright and this transition, but the most pressing is that of a current tax lien sale issue and the possible involvement of any private investors or city marshals that must be put on notice that they have no jurisdiction or right to seek, sell, or foreclose on the so-called property, because this is my ancestral land. I don't know what the hell property is, but I know it's something in your system that grabs jurisdiction. That's what I do know of a misclassified American Indian such as myself. I do not actually live in a state, but the state sits upon my ancestral Algonquin lands, which predate the United States and all its related machinations. I cannot appear in any of their courts due to lack of jurisdiction, but the courts must be made aware of my lawful standing. So this is actually, I believe, the clerk of the court that this letter went to. Let's see. Yeah, Supreme Court clerk. So that was basically for her. Yeah. So let's finish. This is the last paragraph, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I cannot appear in any of their courts due to lack of jurisdiction, but the courts must be made aware of my lawful standing. If there is a way that this process can be expedited, my land is referred to as block and lot, and there's, my block and lot. Due to the urgency mentioned, I am forced to insist that if I receive no response to this letter as a sovereign, I must declare non-response a week after date of you receiving this letter per registered mail receipt to be taken as compliance. I put a date there, ladies and gentlemen. The date was, ironically, it was the tax date, August 15th. So the tables have turned. The day that they expect to get paid is the day that I expect them to expect me not to pay. April 15th was the date I put in when I sent these out, ladies and gentlemen. Let the record reflect. It's not written here, but the what they got had the April 15th. And I didn't even do that by myself, ladies and gentlemen. It was, I went to the mail clerk and said, if I send these out today, could you tell me what date they're gonna reach them? No, wait a minute. No, no, no. I'm sorry. The date it reached them was on April 1st, April Fool's Day. So it was a cool April Fool's. Got them on both their major days where they make fools of us. Um, that was by chance, the April 1st, that the day they got it. That was a Wednesday, April 1st. The April 15th, at the time, I didn't realize because I just was thinking of how much time I should give them to respond. At first, I was just going to I said 1 week, but in truth, when they look at the date, they're going to say that he gave us 2 weeks. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I believe in what I wrote here, ladies and gentlemen, with all my heart and all of my soul and my entire being. I might not get every little issue right, but the general thing is, baby, I'm sovereign, yo. And I'm not going to allow
it to be taken for granted that I'm just another citizen. A United States citizen is the worst kind, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, they're going to put our birthright on that one. That's the worst one. That's the most enslaved entity of the citizens. State nationals, what they're doing is saying they don't want to be attached to the straw man in such a way that they are mistaken for the straw man. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, I really don't have time to play those games, but thank the ancestors. I don't have to. I don't want to because what? I'm not interested in their fiat dollars. I'm not interested in amassing wealth and remaining a slave. And that's the kind of American Indians we're going to need up in this piece. You've bought everything you could buy, ladies and gentlemen. You're still left with your slavery. How do you buy yourself out of slavery, ladies and gentlemen? You have to stand up as an American Indian, not tax, which is the gateway to creating your own system because as sovereigns, we need land. We cannot be the sovereigns they would like us to be, domestic dependent. No, of course I'm going to depend on my land. But if you're here using it all up, I can't. So you're going to forget this notion of a domestic dependent sovereign because that's something you created due to the doctrine of discovery. A real sovereign, a full sovereign, that's the only kind we're going to settle for. You don't have to take words that they made up for us, ladies and gentlemen, because the doctrine of discovery has been repudiated. The reason why they can make up these unprecedented false terms and identities like domestic dependent, that only occurred in New York, in the Americas, ladies and gentlemen. This idea of a domestic dependent, that was launched here in the Americas. It does not exist in other real sovereign nations. It's just something they made for the slaves because the doctrine of discovery gave them that. I don't even know what to call it, y'all, because it's so janky. It should remain nameless. The Catholic Church should be ashamed of itself. But again, I cannot be too vexed with the Catholic Church because they did repudiate it. They washed their hands. And ladies and gentlemen, once a offending entity washes its hands of the situation, the ball is now in your court. They won't be held accountable from that point on. If you were genocided off the planet tomorrow, the Catholic Church walks away pretty much scot-free because they repudiated what they did. They repented. That repudiation was an admittance of guilt, of wrongdoing. If we ignore it, ladies and gentlemen, there is no other. They're not going to do that again. This is the second time. They're saying this is the second time they did it. My question is, what happened to the first time? That must have been completely ignored. I guess the internet made this one available. That first one went completely ignored because not a damn thing changed. It got worse and worse and worse until now they want to inject you with nanoparticles. Your immune system will be trash. As a citizen, you won't be able to do anything to fight against this level of domination that enters into your bloodstream at this point. That's why I say it got worse and worse. Somebody wants to be able to watch as you go through some kind of physical pangs of nanoparticles in your body causing problems. Somebody want to sit back and watch as they're worshiping They're worshiping a deity that feeds off of negative energy that they call loosh. We talked about loosh before. Haven't seen the video where someone is reading the part of the Epstein files where there was devouring of that sort of thing and blood drinking. One young lady, what's her name? Allie, what's her name? Allie Carter or something like that. It's a sister. And she has said the babies were hung upside down and slit and drinking like a water fountain. And we can't comprehend this, but we should be able to, because that's what Christians are doing when they drink the blood. I've said this before, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a dark topic, and I'm sorry, I don't like it. Whatever it takes to wake us up has to be said. If we don't understand that this is spiritual, it started with a church that obviously practices some kind of blood work, some kind of blood swapping, some kind of a substitution. Because when you get rid of a people, you're going to replace them, right? But you might need pieces of that people to put on the new people to make the ritual complete. Ladies and gentlemen, if American Indians don't take their birthright, somebody else will. They already have. But now that we're awake, if we refuse, we insist upon being citizens, the lowest rank in a system like this. Again, operating in private is just about people who are so greedy that money is all they see. But they don't know the value of their land. They don't care. Somebody has to say it, American Indians. Operating in private, as we always say, any Tom, Dick, and Harry from any country can do that. American Indians have a single identity to reclaim. If they refuse it, their entire legacy is up for grabs, up for the taking. This is what you're giving your descendants: death. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's a notice away. Groups of us should be doing this. We should join together as people who are reclaiming our birthright and get these notices out. It is your future that is at stake. As we see, we're dealing with a lying system. It will lie to us in order to take from us. It will create a contract and not go by it. It will create a contract. They create the contract because we never invited them. We never gave them an invitation. We never gave consent. They're coming up with paperwork that they don't even honor, ladies and gentlemen. How can you say with a straight face that you want to continue with an entity like this? Now, we're not advocating violence. We're advocating our existence. This entity has showed you 500 years of Tom and Jerry shenanigans trying to get rid of you. Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner shenanigans. Pinky and the Brain shenanigans. I wish it was a cartoon, ladies and gentlemen. I truly wish it was. This is our life. That's a life. This is our life. Oh my God. Just at your most critical moment, you fuck it up. Y'all know what I mean. Uh, so yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I had this for a while. I didn't want the only reason why I didn't share it with you is because I had to get it out first. And it's been out now for going on 2.5 weeks. Weeks. I did not get any response, but as I wrote, let's finish reading this. I cannot appear in any of I should have put your courts, their courts, due to lack of jurisdiction. But the courts must be made aware of my lawful standing. If there is a way that this process can be expedited, my land is referred to as block and lot. In other words, take me off. God damn it. Due to the urgency mentioned, I am forced to insist that if I receive no response to this letter as a sovereign, I must declare non-response a week after, and I gave them two, ladies and gentlemen. I gave them two. Oh, so I was generous. Am I acting in aggression? No. Am I being trying to be fair? Yes. But they've not been fair to me. When they put a date, they will harass you. They will threaten you. With me, there's no threats. So I was going to give them a week, and then something told me, give them two. Hell, I want to hear what they got to say because I got something to say too. Um, so the date was April 15th, 2026. I had to wait till I got to the post office to put it in, to fill it in, because I wasn't sure. I didn't know how long I was going to give them. I thought it'd be a week. And then when I was in the post office, I decided I'm going to try to be fair. You know, I was a little nervous, but I said, I know I didn't want it to be much longer because I didn't want to overdo it. Because again, when they deal with us, ladies and gentlemen, they don't show mercy. They will threaten you, seriously threaten you for some fucking fiat. On my land, I am paying you fiat to the point where I have to suffer and go without from my wages that I worked hard to earn. Now we have Marjorie Green saying that citizens don't want to pay taxes. You know what? I just don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just concerned about me as an American Indian. I'll be very honest with you. Yes, it makes me think, what the hell? How the citizens not going to pay their Lord and Master? Because that's what they are. That is what you are. They create, look, immigrants, I'm just going to give it to you straight. Okay? No disrespect. You got to get it straight from an American Indian. You were not here as a result of making any deals with the people of this land. None whatsoever. You are here because of a king who dumped you here. He caused a lot of commotion and had us fighting, and he made you think that you could be a quote unquote patriot if you was involved in some kind of fight on this landmass. That is not the truth. You can fight all you want. This will never be your land. Just as well, when I go to your country, I can fight all I want, and it's not going to be my land. Do you understand, ladies and gentlemen, immigrants, that this is not against you? This is just the real fucking world. And I know, I will say this too, immigrant citizens. I will say this. You didn't start this. Your king did. But you really have to know your place. The reason why Anna and Glenfern exist, because they found out that the revolution and the independence that they sought from their king was stolen away from them because it's not theirs. They had to go deep and understand these damn codes. God bless them. I am not trying to twist my brain into a pile of mush, but that would happen to me as an American Indian. That would fuck my brain up because none of this applies to me. I am here because God put me here as a birthright to me, not some fucking king. So it really isn't the immigrants' fault. It's just that they have to know their lane. You, everybody has to fight. You have to go to your homeland and do what I'm doing with the notice that you're looking at to your officials. Let them know you were born there and you have a birthright there. And if some ratchet king is trying to take it from you and make you a slave, you don't have to submit to that. And if his religion teaches him that, well, it doesn't have to be your religion. So, ladies and gentlemen, I still didn't finish reading the damn thing. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's finish this thing. So, I must declare non-response a week after, which became 2 weeks. Date of your receiving this letter per certified mail. It wasn't registered. April 15, 2026, to be taken as compliance, and your agreement to avoid all taxes, taxing sales, and all debts permanently, and consistent with the repudiation of the doctrine of discovery, which gave rise to all alleged treaties, agreements, even the states, DC, and the very US constitutions themselves. They're all result of the doctrine of discovery. Uh, the very US constitutions themselves, 1787, 1789, and 1790. These are all derivative of the doctrine of discovery, which has been repudiated. I thank you for your time and cordial compliance with my lawful sovereignty on the land of my ancestors. Thank you. Respectfully, Anthony Clements. So that was part of the package. And then I had, as you all know, my public legal notice. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now I want to say something about this because you learn as you go, right? What I realized, as you can see, I put a certified letter on the certified number on every piece of this package because I want it to reflect that this is what you got. That's what this certified mail is on. All of these. Not just the envelope. What's in the envelope is also certified. I just got crazy with it, y'all. I got super crazy with it, and I put certified on the front and the back of each page. Went nuts. Because what I found is when I went to run copies, some of it was getting cut off depending on where I see that certified mail over here. It got cut off sometimes depending on where I put it. So I started putting it all over the damn page and copied it again. Excuse me. So what I want to say about this, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't know what I didn't know, right? So what I came to conclude is that we can't seek validation from a state because, number one, states don't have the authority over American Indians. It's the federal government that took that. So when I said in the last couple of videos that it's the federal government that has our birthright through control of us, but they're denying us the birthright. They got the birthright part and we got the citizenship part. So when they say birthright citizenship, only Congress and the Supreme Court have the birthright part. That's why they put it together in one word, birthright citizenship, because they're the ones that's taking that. They're the ones that's dominating all the laws they're making for American Indians. Why? Because they created a birthright citizen using emancipated slaves, not Native Americans. Let that sit with you. Say it a couple of times, ladies and gentlemen. I just love the sound of it when it dawned on me because this really kicks the Native Americans back to where they need to be. Now, this is, we don't kick them in a hurtful way. It's like, you know how you just want somebody to snap out of it? And so, like Cher did in Moonstruck, it wasn't harmful. It was just like, you just got to wake up and wake up to the reality that there was no citizenship created after you Native Americans. Now, we don't want the damn thing. You could have it because we got the birthright. But what we're saying is this United States did not create a birthright citizenship for every Tom, Dick, and Harry that enters this land. They didn't use anything from you because you don't have a birthright. And I say that with all due respect. You need to go find your birthright. Go make good with your ancestors for once in your life. Stop lying on your ancestors. The fact that the United States had to create a birthright citizenship from emancipated slaves, why? Who would do that? Who would create? Ladies and gentlemen, you just got to feel me on this. Who creates a citizenship based on slaves? And who would want that type of citizenship? Well, because there's a diamond in that rough. It's the Negro. You're getting our birthright in the guise of us being slaves, allegedly slaves. They couldn't do this with a Native American. And when it hit me hard, y'all. That's why I can't stop saying it. The United States, let's say it together, ladies and gentlemen. The United States, the United States created, created a universal citizenship for everybody in the world. A universal, all citizenship for everybody in the world. Based on Negroes, y'all. Based on Negroes, y'all. Oh, you didn't have to say that part. The y'all part. Say it again, ladies and gentlemen, until it hits you. And go spiritually slap a Native American to wake them up. Not in a hard way. Make it like a love tap for their ancestors. I do this to help you honor your ancestors. Clap. The United States couldn't use your person, Native American, to create a citizenship because you don't have a birthright. They had to make us lowly slaves in their world so they can act like the mighty mouse coming to save the day. But what they did was they created the only citizenship that gets any immigrant here based on emancipated alleged slaves who were in fact and are in fact the true birthright holders. That's why they call it a birthright citizenship, ladies and gentlemen. The word spells, ladies and gentlemen. We're learning the language of word spells, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it wonderful? Yeah, yeah, yeah. We got to give a Kim Kardashian, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So this was the second page of, or the second document in my paperwork. I resent my legal notice. But what I was going to say was, I realized we don't really need state validation, ladies and gentlemen. At the time, I didn't know because if a state validates me, that means I'm relying on their authority, and I have my own. I have my own. So, ladies and gentlemen, this should not have been an affidavit, you know. So I realized this was not the best to do, but uh we go as we grow, you know. So I'm what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, is we don't need any state validation to take our birthright back. That's ours. It's just that we gotta wrest it away from the thieves because they think it's theirs. We have a right to take what belongs to us, ladies and gentlemen. Now, fiat might be something else, but this land, oh no, that's ours. And we do mean we want all the authority over all these resources. That's what we mean. We have to have it. Now, if they want to really do quote unquote business the right way, they will address us as sovereigns. Now, they will say, no, but we got to go to your leader. Well, I thought you took care of that. Didn't you get rid of all the leaders like you always do? Put your people to be our leaders? You know, like when taking over another country and you give them the leader, but the leader is doing your bidding and not theirs. Yeah. Yeah. We don't want that. We don't want that. So, no, when we don't have a leader, we have to confront you as a sovereign because you made certain that we don't have leaders. We get people like Jesse Jackson. Yeah. So they won't do. They won't do. So you have to stand up like sovereigns, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody, we have the authority when there is none that say now we don't have a leader. That's when we can be act as a leader because that otherwise we're going to allow people to just take our birthright and they're going to get rid of us eventually anyway if we let them do that. That is the mission, ladies and gentlemen. What they did was a crime, ladies and gentlemen. When you commit a crime, you got to get rid of the evidence over time so that you can keep the land forever and ever and ever. So that's what this is, ladies and gentlemen. In case you wasn't sure that this was a genocide, be assured it's a genocide of you having babies and you just giving them over to Baal. Your babies are going to be sacrificed to Baal because you didn't take a stand as a sovereign. And now this is not a threat, ladies and gentlemen. But we are living under the threat as long as we remain subjects in the system. We've got to stand on our sovereignty, but if we do it together, it will be even better. So this is a copy of the actual repudiation. This, I believe, this is the most powerful in the package. And this is what went out, ladies and gentlemen. And I highlighted the parts that I wanted them to see. Uh, and we're going to go down to number. Well, let's do both of them. We read this before. In no uncertain terms, the church's magisterium upholds I'm sorry, in no uncertain terms. This is Article 7 or Item 7. In no uncertain terms, the church's magisterium upholds the respect due to every human being. Now, we got to watch out when they use these United Nations terms, human beings and stuff like that. That's United Nations language, ladies and gentlemen. The Catholic Church therefore repudiates those concepts that fail to recognize the inherent human rights of indigenous. That's another United Nations designation, y'all. That's another jurisdiction. So we don't want to use. We are American Indians. We see. Let's break this. Let's take a moment to break this down, ladies and gentlemen. You as American Indians. They're using you to make up rights for other people, as if our struggle is not quite unique. Just what they want to make us like we just like every other indigenous people, right? Well, there's a couple of things going on. Who was most wronged? Who had their whole continents, both of them, taken over? That was American Indians. When the church made its repudiation, their eyes were set and specifically on the Americas. In one of the papal bulls, it talks about the lands in the West and it describes the Americas. So they have a tendency of using one thing to open up a door for another thing. That's what they did with what they said was our citizenship. Well, they made it ours because we had the birthright. So they emancipated us so they can create a quote unquote birthright citizenship for every Tom, Dick, and Harry. So again, you have this pattern of something being said to be for us, but it's really sort of being given to everybody. Like we're not unique enough. We just like every other slave in the world. No, we're not. We didn't have this nobility system that Europe, Africa, and Asia had based on like Abrahamic traditions. We didn't have that hierarchy here. We're not like other places. We were not dominated by this type of like religious nobility that you have, this monotheistic religious nobility. So what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, this repudiation is highly important, but it really could have been more geared at the people who were most wronged. The people who are still wronged to this day, and it shows up in the way your government looks. Every other country got people that look like themselves in government, except for America. We got foreigners actively showing up because they're trying to say that this is theirs now. There was no copper colored people here. We're the new copper colored people. We just lightened up a little bit, damn it. Did you read our dictionary that now America is Europeans born in America? Didn't you hear that part? There's no such thing as Negro Americans no more. We fixed that problem, but you didn't. So I think America was much more wrong than any other place. I really do because our discrimination, it's endless. It's endless. And like we said, with Goldilocks and the Three Bears, is that what it was? They're still sleeping in our bed, ladies and gentlemen. We came back home, we woke up, and we found that the whole damn house was full of them, yo. They never left. In other countries, that's not the case. Okay, so the Catholic Church therefore repudiates those concepts that fail to recognize the inherent human rights of indigenous peoples, including what has become known as the legal and political doctrine of discovery. So they're repudiating the legal and political doctrine of discovery. So they took the legality out of it. But this thing thinks it could still stand on its own jankiness. Well, if we don't speak, it can. Number 8, numerous and repeated statements by the churches, I'm sorry, the church and the popes uphold the rights of indigenous people. For example, in the 1537 bull Sublimis Deus, Pope Paul III wrote, "We define and declare that the said Indians and all other people who may later be discovered by Christians are by no means to be deprived of their liberty." It should read freedom, ladies and gentlemen, because we didn't have these nobility to be liberated from, except the colonizer. And this is not his land. So he just got to go, and we go back to being free. Are by no means to be deprived of their liberty or the possession of their property. I prefer lands, ancestral land. I prefer freedom and I prefer ancestral land. But we still going to take it, ladies and gentlemen. We still have work to do. This is a big part of it, though. Even though they be outside the Christian faith,
and that they may and should freely, I love that word freely though, and legitimately. If I write a document, it's legitimate because I'm legitimately taking my land freely without need to pay taxes because I'm a what? Indian, not tax, but I'm not bound to this United States. And I do have to have regulate my own commerce, so-called. Enjoy their liberty, there's that word again, and possession of their property. Nor should they be in any way enslaved. Now, that's a biggie, ladies and gentlemen, in any way. Now, this government prides itself that it took over a land of people who were already made slaves by the same church that's saying we not slaves no more. So that means they cannot just treat us like we have to do what they say when they make an act in Congress. Well, we're not in that system anyway. They should have never been making any acts for us because we're not your slaves. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have a little, okay, something happened here. Okay, we're not your slaves anymore. Now, the Constitution says that uh, there won't be any involuntary servitude, right? But the Pope said they should not be, nor should they be in any way voluntary or involuntary. When he says anyway, that means no slavery of any kind. If there's a debt slavery going on in the United States, that has to be ended. And everything that I just know that we have to be compensated, y'all. As you know, I'm not thrilled with fiat. I say we get creative and avoid their fiat that they're going to control. If you make it your life goal, they are controlling the fiat. So we gotta request things that are more real. Like, now this sounds crazy, ladies and gentlemen, but I think they should start working on providing food that's not tampered with. Like, part of your compensation is the stop feeding us this food and give us, we want like free training in farming or whatever, and then we might have some indentures because you owe us. The debt now is owed to American Indians. So that can be worked off in years. How many years have we been subjugated in the system? 200? Okay. 500? Oh, 500 if we include South America and the Caribbean? Okay. Maybe we could have some debt work off, you know, working our farms or whatever. I don't know. We got to be creative, ladies and gentlemen. We can't just think that their money is going to be the answer because they're still trying to make that money. They're using it for profit. So one thing I know is that they can't profit when we use those dollars. They they can't profit. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Had a little critter visit me, and I hate to swat him, but I'm sorry. So sorry, I can't have you crawling around me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Um, it was a spider. Okay. Um, so we got to think outside the box, ladies and gentlemen. We got to think in terms of respecting our sovereignty and not being led like a carrot on a string with their colonizer dollars that they can just print out and it's nothing, no sweat off their back. Oh, y'all want money? We're just gonna print out a bunch because we're gonna profit off of it anyway. See, we got to tell them that we don't owe anything, so stop taxing us.
The taxes are some kind of, I believe there's some a way of bringing down the debt. I think that's how they may be using taxes to, apply to this debt, you know. But we don't owe anything, ladies and gentlemen. That's the most important thing about not being a citizen. We don't owe a foreign de facto invader corporation anything. If they seized our lands, that means they got what they got already, and now you owe us. Whoop-de-doo. So I really like the part that says we should not in any way be enslaved. That means we got to stand up as sovereign. Citizens are like slaves. Citizens are like employees to the government. That's why they got your name in capitals and all of that. You're flipped the script and made every citizen an employee that gotta pay them and crap. Indians don't owe them nothing. So I said this before, we got to be careful because say now we get them to stop taxing us, then they're going to drive up prices. That's why we don't want their money, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we don't want their money because if once they see that they can't get taxes, they're going to say, well, we could just raise the price of everything somehow and we'll get somehow pay for that. We get the corporation to, give us a bigger cut of the higher prices that they're charging, and we still get paid. See? That's why, ladies and gentlemen, be very careful when you ask for money compensation. It's a whole thing going on with that, ladies and gentlemen, and your colonizer is getting profits of some way, shape, or form. That's why he created that money, and that's why it's a private business, the Federal Reserve. Yes, it's not a like it's not literally federal. It's a whole corporation for profit. They're looking to get paid to make those dollars, y'all, using your trees, but they want to get paid. We want to avoid being tangled in their money Ponzi scheme, ladies and gentlemen. But you want all your that you have for free, like they did with the illegal immigrants, but for much, 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 much longer. They really teased those immigrants with that little bit of, yeah. Well, with us, it's going to be much more permanent. It has to be. Uh, so yeah, those are the parts of this document that I highlighted for the people that got my package. So we're not to be enslaved. That means that includes debt servitude, ladies and gentlemen. And the United States runs on debt because that's how they're able to own everything. Because they figure if you owe us and you haven't paid us, we have a right to just be the real owners of everything you have. Your car is registered. You're a tenant on your title of your house. You're a tenant. Look it up. You're a tenant. Yeah. They got this locked now. Your babies are there, ladies and gentlemen. Your birth certificate. It's like registering your baby. Yeah. Yeah. So they say, did y'all see that debt that you can't question? So we gotta collect, y'all. You don't know that we collecting, but we collect every day. Yeah. Indians, we gotta get the hell out. Do you understand? Do you understand? And this is just the stuff I can figure out. That's like the tip of the iceberg. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the next. Yeah. Should the contrary happen, it shall be null and have no effect. So when the United States start, excuse me, kicking and screaming about you, you gonna come and get you. You can't do. We gonna say, look, all you doing is of no effect. Just pipe down in a peaceful manner. We come in peace and stop with the babiness. Face the music. You can't rob people forever. It's wrong. Do you understand that? But they have something again, ladies and gentlemen. They have this intricate thing with Baal where if they work it right, they don't ever have to pay the consequences. because they're using you as a sacrifice for what they did. You see? You see why you were taught a sacrificial religion, ladies and gentlemen? Because you're the sacrifice. So say now it comes time for them to pay up for all their sins. They just sacrifice us to bail and poof, you paid. You're good. Now go steal some more people. Get me some more dinner. But I'll get very hungry even after a big meal. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me take a quick break. My bladder is saying amen to that, but we don't worship amen, right, bladder? Right. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay. So we're gonna pause and stop share for a minute, and we shall read. Shit, can I pause? How do I pause? I forgot how to pause. Okay, be right back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, back. And let's see now. We want to go back to our screen. Off sort of in the middle here. Okay, so the next item is we wanted to describe, I needed to put a little note with the next document I want to show them. So let's read it. I tried to describe to them what to look for in this document. What we'll read and try to explain it as we read. Okay. Dear reader, please bear in mind as you read the highlighted portion of the 1890 Census Bureau document entitled Condition of Indians Taxed and Indians Not Taxed, attached. Please, so I'm saying, could you bear in mind that by this time, the Federal Census Bureau has already breached and has remained in breach of the Constitution for the United States of America. This breach started with the 1790 misclassifications of Indians into Black, Color, or Negro. Here, they further breached the Constitution by enumerating Indians at all. So we're not supposed to be enumerated, right? But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Well, one thing is, I said it happened in 1790, and the truth is, they started lightly. They did not exactly start calling us Black, Negro, Colored in 1790, but they started counting us in I believe in 1790, they started counting us. Thing is, here's the thing. The Constitution it's like Swiss cheese in a way because they can find ways around what is written, what is intended. So, for instance, we were intended to not be citizens, but they found, ways around that. As we read, they pushed citizenship on Indians, and we said that before. We say, who fought for Indians to become citizens? It was the Negroes doing all the fighting for stuff that we shouldn't even have been fighting for. But at least we showed some life. At least we put some effort in this. The Native Americans, they just got to take whatever the Negro basically product, a byproduct of the Negro is what the Native American is riding on. That would be the United States emancipated slave citizenship. Okay. But what they're doing here, they found a way to count us, ladies and gentlemen, when they weren't supposed to. And as we see, because we are made slaves, despite all they might, you know, appear to us or what they show to us, they are looking at us as slaves because of the doctrine of discovery. And we looked at the last video that says we're perpetual slaves by dumb diverses. So what they did, ladies and gentlemen, is they put it ever so cleverly that slaves can be counted 3/5 or some shit, those who are in servitude for a number of years can be counted in the census. Here's the problem with that, ladies and gentlemen. If I am only in servitude for a number of years, I'm not a slave. It's some kind of a contract. We are led to believe that indentures they have contracts. But again, we can't contract because they're looking at us as slaves via the doctrine of discovery. So everything truly, excuse me, everything is truly already void. Even without the doctrine of discovery repudiated, this thing should have been voided because there was no consent, ladies and gentlemen. There simply was no consent. They weren't invited. That was the first problem. They weren't invited. Okay? So the problem here is that they're just finding all kinds of ways to ease us into their system. The way I see it, if I'm an indenture, I still have a standing that I'm going to return to, which is Indians not taxed, which I'm not in your system. But you're counting me and you're counting an Indian not taxed. So you found a way to tax us by calling us slave. I mean, sorry, you found a way to count us in your census by calling us slave. Now, at first, I guess it was kind of anonymous because they counted you, but they didn't really put your name. They just said so and so had 6 slaves, 6 males and 2 females, whatever, right? But little by little, they start putting names of these slaves. It shouldn't have been an Indian. Okay. They're using indenturehood as a means to make like we're a whole entire slave, and then they add slave from Africa. You see? So they're in the business of turning indentures as if that's because the doctrine of discovery says that we are permanent slaves, but they ease us in by making us indentures and then saying, oh, you didn't pick enough, so now you got to be a slave forever. Oh, you tried to run away. Oh, so now you got to be a slave forever. They were always calling the shots, ladies and gentlemen, and they knew that they had that right through the doctrine of discovery. So I guess they would like probably jail us and all of that, or have some kind of army track us down, you know. But the laws were janky that they were standing on. It's just my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, that if you have a standing, like that's like what is it like? It's like a dignitary who owes someone and they end up working off the debt. We didn't owe them anything. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, ladies and gentlemen. We don't owe anything. When you come and take over my land, you just took everything I could possibly have. How could I owe you anything when you took everything? But I'm just saying, they should have looked at us as people who were landowners, and so they should have never counted us, is what I'm saying. They eased their way into counting us by looking at us as slaves. That's how they were able to start getting ideas of our numbers. So they kept account of us, right? And I guess along with that, if the numbers were a certain number, maybe they would seek to do something like lower those numbers. Who knows? Why are you counting us? You said we're not at the, well, that's a problem. They said this was all their doing. They made the Constitution, not us, ladies and gentlemen. We were just those that were here that they had to make like they were playing nice with us. Okay. So anyway, the breach started with the 1790 misclassification of Indians into black, colored, Negro. And that's not exactly correct, ladies and gentlemen, but the overall content of these documents are indeed establishing that Indians are not part of their little citizenship. They don't have jurisdiction. They've always, just like they did with the Native Americans, you just creating situations that make it seem like we do better if we became a citizen. And that's like the worst thing that we could ever be, because then we're just debt slaves to your public debt and you can take everything from us. So we might as well stay slaves because you just transferred me into a debt slavery. And ladies and gentlemen, we can't let them do things like, okay, we'll erase the debt. Could you stay a citizen, please? No, no, that'd be a hard no. I wasn't supposed to be a citizen. I'm an Indian, not taxed. Give me my land back and start doing real business and compensate me. Whatever I ask is the price. Have to be dollars. It may be gold. We want to bankrupt them like they bankrupt us, Fortunately, we can't encourage them wanting to stay here. We can't make it profitable. That's why they were here, to profit. So we got to stop that. They can't profit at our expense. But if they go home, they could actually earn an honest living for a change instead of robbing. And we want to stress this is the black nobility, ladies and gentlemen. The Moors like to blame everything on quote unquote white people, but it was truly Negroes that started this mess. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we said it the last time, the Moors have a peculiar, shall we say, pathology that happens. Everywhere they go, we said this before, white men end up defeating them. And they sort of like play possum or something. I don't know. They just seem all that mightiness and all that valor just melts in the face of a white man. And the next thing you know, the Negro is completely defeated and disappears, sort of like how King James did once he got in the Americas. He kind of disappeared from Britain, like he was deposed in Britain, and William and Mary took his place. And where did he go? I think the Negro came to America. He got deposed in Britain. I don't know where he went, but I know that he didn't care much. He couldn't because he had America in the palm of his stank ass finger. Oops. Um, let's see what we want. Yeah, so yeah, you got a visual. Yeah. Oops. We say things that we should cause for pause. Yeah, he did. I don't think he cared much that he got deposed. And I'm done with your low life anyway. I got bigger fish to fry in Americas. I don't need your little tiny little country. I got America, all of the Americas, basically, you know. So get back to the document, ladies and gentlemen. This breach started with the 1790 misclassification of Indians into black, colored, or Negro. Here, they further breached the Constitution by enumerating Indians at all. The highlighted portion is to simply show how the Census Bureau unlawfully and illegally rationalizes its actions in enumerating Indians not taxed per Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 of the Constitution for the United States of America, and relies on some unconstitutional categorization of Indians as civilized and uncivilized. So what I'm telling them that they're trying to say that civilized Indians are different from uncivilized Indians. But what I'm saying is that the Constitution doesn't make that distinction. There's no word civilized Indian and uncivilized Indian in the Constitution. So to divide us into civilized and uncivilized is extra constitutional. It's not in the Constitution. You're making up shit again. This is why you can't contract with people who go outside of the contract and act like they don't know what the hell they're doing, ladies and gentlemen. But our people really think that they can trust this system. Good luck. Good luck. I realized once I knew even the minimal that I knew I can't trust the system for my welfare. This is a system that grabs people's homes, if they don't take certain shots, they gonna lose their job. It's not a very protective system. It's not very protective at all. I just thought of something. They say the United States was born in July. And as you know, ladies and gentlemen, that is supposed to be the sign of Cancer. And King James was a Cancer, and so am I. And um, it's just something very too coincidental about America even having the same birthday month as King James. It's almost like, did he really leave the Americas, or did everything just go according to plan? Did his subjects really break away? Or did he have his agents steering the subjects into a quote unquote republic corporation so that the 4th of July would be the birthday of the United States, just like King James' birthday is in? Well, I don't know if when was it? Let's look it up. I know he's a Cancerian, so America would be considered born, not America, let's get it right. The United States was born in the month of let's say it's what do you call it? Independence was born on the 4th of July. Yeah. Do you think that's by chance, ladies and gentlemen, that his corporation has the same birthday as him? I wonder. When was this bastard's birthday? Oh, let's see. What date was King James' birthday? June 19th. So let's see, because I do believe that made him what sun sign was King James? I believe he's a Cancer, but June 19th is kind of on the cusp. He could be. I wonder if he a Gemini? Did I get it wrong? Let's look. What sun sign was King? I believe he was a Cancer. Let's see what chat. I mean, not chat GPT, AI. Let's see what AI got to say. Well, it's not a Cancer, y'all. Uh, oh boy. Well, blow me down. All this time, I was under the impression that this nigga was a cancer. Got it wrong. Let's see. Was any of the edition, King James born, born under the sign? The King James? Because there's King James the first, the second, and all that. Was any of the King Jameses? I don't know how that. Jameses born the sign cancer. King James the third was born under the sign of Cancer, July 20th. They say some sources, he's commonly cited as July 10th, 1451. Some sources also suggest July 20th, 1451, which still, so there was a King James that was born of cancer. I always thought that it was only one King James and maybe one grandson, but there were like a few King Jameses, y'all. King James the First. Okay, AI is saying King James the First of Scotland was born around July 25th, making him a Leo. King James the Second of Scotland was born October 16th, making him a Libra. King James the Fourth of Scotland was born March 17th, 1473, making him a Pisces. King James V of Scotland was born April 10th, making him an Aries. I didn't know there were so many King Jameses, ladies and gentlemen. And I think that's done on purpose. I really think this man did not really want to be singled out. You know, there were so many. So I'm counting with the third King James the third. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There were 7 King Jameses, y'all. There's, oh my goodness. Talk about confusing, y'all. Okay, so there's King James the First, King James the Second, King James the Third, who was the Cancer, King James the Fourth, King James the Fifth, King James the Sixth, and then another King James the Second. Oh Lord. Okay. So now I want to know which King James was the one that, which King James, okay, which King James charter for Virginia? Okay. Which King James King James the First of England, who was also King James the Sixth of Scotland, issued the first royal charter for Virginia. That King James the First was a Leo. Uh-huh. So it was the very first King James was the one who did the Virginia Charter, and he was a Leo, July 25th. And why did I just lose everything? I should have took a screenshot of that. Okay, so I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. So there was one King James that was a cancer. So I got it. So I must have been reading all about one and thought they were all the same. So that was a lesson because I certainly didn't know that there were so many. Okay, so but it was the first one that got the charter going. Okay, so where did we leave off? Okay, so we're telling the public officials that they're conflating Indian not tax with Indian tribes. So we're going to use this Census Bureau document to set the record straight. And this was a big thanks to a Dr. Tracy for this document. So, okay, so the highlighted portion is to simply show how the Census Bureau unlawfully and illegally rationalizes its actions in enumerating Indians not taxed per Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 of the Constitution for the United States of America, and relies on some unconstitutional categorizations of Indians as civilized and uncivilized when the Constitution simply states and speaks of only Indians not taxed and Indian tribes. That was powerful, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad that I put that there. You got to let them know that you catch how they do what they do. That's what's the point of all of this wording, ladies and gentlemen, to let them know I see how you get around the Constitution and completely elude it. So therefore, as far as I'm concerned, I cannot be beholden to you as my public officials under this janky ill uh I'm sorry, ill interpreted and ill written constitution. Again, it's ill written because it suggests that sovereigns can be turned into domestic dependent, and then some other sovereign could just come over and take complete and utter control of all of their resources. Where the hell is that legitimate? The pits of hell where it came from. This attached document also proves that Indians not taxed are not the same as Indian tribes, but remnants of uncivilized Indian tribes, such as the Waipemiac, Pascatonk tribe of Algonquin Indians, of which I am remnant of. Please see highlighted portion of attached, which reads, Indians not taxed are remnants of uncivilized tribes. In that document, which we might take a look at quickly, hopefully, I can show you where the senators, now that, you know, that famous document we love where the senators are also saying that we're not citizens and they don't want us to be because we're savages and stuff like that. So in that document, the senators got it wrong because they were saying the Indians that are not taxed are the ones in tribes, and that is not true according to the Census Bureau document that says Indians not taxed are remnants of uncivilized tribes. Senators? So you are once again conflating things and mixing things up. Even the senators, now they got it right when they said we're not supposed to be taxed. Holler, but they got it wrong when they said it's the tribes that's not taxed. No, baby, the tribes get tax exemptions, which is different because they're a corporation. Indians not taxed are not corporations, darling. Pumpkins. It's Indians not tax ain't corporations. Indian tribes are in corporations under the thumb of the federal government, recording all their minutes to show the federal government all day business. All day business. We ain't supposed to be reporting to no foreigners. But if you are a foreigner masquerading as an Indian, which means you're a Moor, pushing Moorishness on the American Indian who ain't supposed to be a Moor. Because the American Indian is not from North Africa like the Moors said they are. Now they trying to backtrack and backflip and wish that nobody heard that they said what they said when they said what they said, that they from North Africa. And then the Indians that co-sign with the Moors, they have to start saying, well, we kind of was in Mali. Huh? So you're like the Native Americans from a foreign country, which means you're not like claiming to be original Indians either? So you mean you're like the Native Americans, but the black ones? Oh, no wonder the United States keep getting this all wrong and confused. Because there's some Indians that are not from Mali at all. Them be the real ones, ladies and gentlemen. But there's something pulling Indians to say that they're from Africa. Do you think it might be a black Moor, ladies and gentlemen? I think so. Me thinks so. But who else would want to drag us to Africa, ladies and gentlemen, but an African Moor? Right? Who else would need us to be from Africa so they can sort of like get a leg up on our birthright, but an African Moor? So if you have American Indians with something in their circle saying, tell them that you're from Mali, okay? Okay, okay. Then you just made yourself a foreigner, and you can't be indigenous to America and Africa at the same time. So you got to choose. Are you a Moor? Are you are American or are you American Indian? You got to choose. If you want to be African, that's fine. But just get your ass out of here confusing American Indians. If you're gonna stay here and pay rent and stuff, uh you gonna have to respect the American Indian as an American Indian, even the ones that are not from Africa like you. You a special kind of quote unquote Indian because you's African. That's what the corporation wants you to be, and you giving them what they want. So can't pop full Americans, the ones that don't claim to be African whatsoever. So you have just demoted yourself to an immigrant when you keep saying, I have a little bit of Mali in me, and a little bit of North Africa, and a little bit of Morocco. Let's not forget Morocco. Oh, no, I won't forget because I know that's where you're from, and that's where you should go. Yeah. If the United States and any of its agencies did not create these unconstitutional categories, civilized versus uncivilized, they would have to acknowledge that no Indians are to be enumerated, taxed, or represented in a foreign Congress, as stated in Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 of the Constitution, whether they are in tribes of any kind or not. I just shut it down, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't realize that this one is probably the kapow element of this package, because it really shows what they're doing, ladies and gentlemen. There's no such thing as civilized Indians and uncivilized Indians in the Constitution. There's just Indians not taxed who are remnants of uncivilized tribes, and there's Indian tribes that are corporations. So the United States only want to deal with you if you're a corporation. So they tried to make every man and woman a little corporate franchise by capitalizing their name so that they can tax the fuck out of them as like a little corporation. Because you don't have a wages, you have an income. Corporations have an income. Men and women have wages that are not supposed to be taxed. And now, as we said, I think in the last video, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's trying to make it where the foreigners are not getting taxed. This is going to be very interesting, y'all. All I know is I'm an American Indian. I'm not subject to any of these shenanigans. If I have to use your money, it's not going to be a debt for me, yo. It's going to be compensation of some sort, of some kind. So, yeah, now that they see that we're waking up, they're trying to make it where nobody get taxed. But ladies and gentlemen, that is what the state nationals were going for. The state nationals were, I don't know how theirs worked, but they thought that they shouldn't be taxed because they're saying that's a straw man and not them. So I think that's how they're working it, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to get their debts discharged, and that should fuck the government up pretty good, I think, because it's like they're not gonna. These citizens are gonna, I think, start discharging their debt with except for value. Remember when we said we suspect, or I suspect, that private citizens are acting like state citizens? Like, in other words, the term acting in private is really what the original citizen was. It was a private citizen, but that was white people and Negropeans that had to be citizens. Again, American Indians never have to be citizens because we have a birthright. And all we have to do is stand up and claim it. This is what this paperwork you're looking at is doing, ladies and gentlemen. I have a right to do this, ladies and gentlemen. The thing is, once I declare there's certain things that I'm entitled to, and that's land, my land. Then the government owes me. The thing is, the most important thing for me is my land. And then once that's established, I mean, I do think that the way they wanted to tax us, like like real estate taxes, I think the corporation, we got to do that to them because that's what they were trying to do to us. And it's just divine justice that we make them pay for all as long as they're here. Now, that's how it would kind of have to be. And they would have to collect that from their citizens. So all of them will be paying us, which is the way it's supposed to be, because that's what they were trying to make us do. And this is just justice. This is simple justice, ladies and gentlemen. I told you the Libra in my chart, very Libra-ish, very Libra-ish. It's about that balance. What you did to me got to be done to you, okay? Because that's what you was putting me through. It's going to have to be unending, like the public debt was meant to be unending for generations to enslave generations. Now it's going to free American Indians because that's going to be owed to them. Ah, yeah. If the United States, yeah, we read that one more time. If the United States and any of its agencies did not create these unconstitutional categories, civilized versus uncivilized, they would have to acknowledge that no Indians are to be enumerated, taxed, or represented in a foreign Congress, as stated in Article 1, Section 2 plus 3 of the Constitutions, whether they are in tribes of any kind or not. The sovereign standing. Oh, wait. The United States. Okay, here we go. The United States is unique in that it uses its Commerce Clause, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, to grab jurisdiction over Indians who are already, by the first mention in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, set apart as not under the jurisdiction of the United States. As such, we are entitled, just like I was saying just now, perfect. As such, we are entitled to all of our land. We should be in control of all of our resources and free of any foreign regulation, quote unquote, that then becomes a means to pull jurisdiction over sovereign American men and women called Indians. This sovereign standing would, of course, apply only to the Indians who were significant enough as the true first Americans they are to be paper genocided as black, Negro, and colored. So this is only for us, not Native Americans. It can no longer be avoided that others known as Native Americans or Native American Indians were of no consequence or threat to the United States in its reach for complete and total domination of first birthright Americans, so-called Indians, as the Native Americans of Mongolian stock are not the first to inhabit the Americas, but those Americans that were misclassified and said to be of Negroid stock are in fact, are the first Americans. Lastly, the effect the repudiation of the doctrine of discovery as of March 30th, 2023, should have is a nullifying of all that has been used to confiscate the lands and resources of American so-called Indians. For instance, treaties, cases, trusts, state and federal laws, documents such as IDs, birth certificates, driver's license, etc., titles, deeds, land grants, land patents, etc., are no longer valid or necessary for an American Indian to lay claim to all of our lands and resources. American Indians owe no debts to any man, woman, or entity occupying our lands. We are, in fact, owed a permanent form of credit, I should have said of, in terms of all our expenses prepaid for the theft of our lands, resources, and non-compensation for such, as well as an ongoing chronic social, penal, bureaucratic, corporate, and financial discrimination at every facet. Thank you for reading. So in other words, you owe us for our land and for the chronic social, penal, bureaucratic, corporate, and financial discrimination at every facet. In other words, we face discrimination at a social level, in the penal situation, in the bureaucracies, in the corporations, in financing and banking institutions, discrimination everywhere, every place, every day, all day. This is what these bastards have done to us. They made it, they use long-term psychology to make sure the world looks at us. All these bureaucracies discriminate against us. I've seen it. I've told you it really kind of bugged me out that it's at the level where even the little food vendors are working a racist angle on the public. I've seen that they have two different prices depending on your race. And of course, they're going to charge more. And I think this goes on a lot more than we think because we'll never know. We never really see it. But when no one's around, I do believe that's what's going on. I kind of saw it with, like I said, food vendors in the street, like these people that sell the lamb and rice, which I used to. It's just that something in me started to wonder about meat that is mechanically, uh, it's a lamb that's mixed with, I think, beef or something, and it's just like this perfect. It's like I don't know how to describe it. It's it's like I don't know how to describe it, but it's a process that I find it's weird. Like, why can't you just make lamb and beef separate? Why you like mechanically fusing them together into like this? It's like liver. It's the consistency ends up being like liver. It has no texture. It's just like I don't know, like a clapboard. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a meat foam, a foam loaf of meat. It's like, why would y'all do? I thought y'all do halal. So when you do shit like that, is that halal? Some kind of mechanically melded together, fused together, lamb and beef. I mean, I think it's lamb, but I just don't know. I just don't know, y'all. And I kind of chilled out on that for some reason. Although I loved it. It's very tasty, like I said. Like they say, it got a taste and a smell. It's so good. But anyway, I I I saw it personally when one night I went to buy like a lamb over rice with salad on the side. And I remember it being like one night it was one price. Then I went there another time and it was the same cart, but it was either a younger guy or an older guy that wasn't the same guy that sold me the first one. So I ordered it without thinking that it was going to be more money. So I had to prepare it. Although I should have just walked away, I was hungry. But I remember the price he gave me was like, wait, what? It was like $5 more than the night, well, a few nights before. And I knew that that was done because of my race. I instinctively knew that. It just felt like I just felt. Now you might say, well, the first guy didn't do it, but what I'm saying, it's a practice. They make up different prices. And I think they just look at you and decide. And I do think people of color are paying more. I'm sorry. Another night, similar situation. I did say something to him. I forgot what I said. I said, you know, forgot what I said. Like, but I, I just couldn't believe it at first. But I think I do because saying the I must have mentioned that the guy that here the other night didn't charge me this much, something like that. But again, I was the type that there was nothing close by. I was going to pay for it, although I couldn't. I just gave him what he asked for. But I've never been back to that stand. But another night, it was a similar situation, but I saw it in a different angle. Like it's a truck, right? Same stuff, but a different location. You're there serving, there's crowds of people around there because there's a club up the block. And they were coming out of the club and buying it left and right. Lamb and rice, lamb and rice, lamb and rice. That's the typical. They usually run out of the other stuff and they always left with lamb and rice. Say they have fish and rice, they'll run out of fish. Say they have shrimp and rice, they run out of shrimp. What they have plenty of is usually the lamb and rice. So you are there with several people buying coming out of the club. You know the price. So why do you hesitate when I show up? Now, there's a bunch of white folks that in the village that were buying these lamb and rice. How is it that when I show up, you I ask you how much, and you have to look at the guy next to you? You just served like what? 5 or 10 different white people, and you knew the price, and you were just giving it to them, give it to them, give it. You didn't hesitate with what the price was. When I show up, you got to look and ask the guy, are we charging black people the going rate that we usually do? You have to look. The look alone was 1,000 words to me. Because I knew there's no fucking way this boy don't know the price of this. This is a common. This is not everybody gets the lamb and rice. Okay, that's what they specialize in. It's either chicken and rice or lamb and rice or a combo. But they know the damn price. They had every. It was like throngs of people coming out of the club, and like a good handful of them were all around this truck. After they bought it, they stood around and ate. Again, it was a lot of Caucasians that night. He had no problem with the price until I showed up. Then he didn't know how much it cost, and he was looking to his partner to say, what are we charging now? I saw it, y'all. How do you not know the price when you just served like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people? Anyway, so moving right along. This is the kind of thing that I say all this to say that's why I put this here. Every discrimination at every facet. Thank you for reading. Okay, so kind regards and peaceful sound. Anthony Clements. Okay. Uh-oh, did I not put? Oh, here it is. So this is the document. This is a Census Bureau document, certified. I put my certified on everything. See, it's on that. It's here, here on top. So it's everywhere. I put it on every document in the package and the envelope. Conditions of Indians not taxed and Indians not taxed by state and territory. So this is a Census Bureau document, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't get it. Let me see. I have this is not the cover page, but this is the section I needed. And I probably should have got the cover page, but this section was called Condition of Indians Not Taxed. And I told them this was a Census Bureau document written on here somewhere. But anyway, they would know this document, ladies and gentlemen. So blah, blah, blah. I just highlighted what I wanted them to focus on. So here it says, Indians not taxed are remnants of uncivilized tribes or bodies of untaxed by reason of specific treaties. Or we didn't have a treaty, ladies and gentlemen. My tribe didn't have a treaty. They had a gentleman's agreement, which was unwritten. So that is really great for me, ladies and gentlemen. That is really great for me. The Waipemiac Nation didn't have a treaty with the English. Told you why. They tricked us, right? Or, well, put you this way. It was going good, so good that we didn't need a treaty. But at the end of the day, it is said that we went extinct. And what? Yeah, basically we no longer exist. That happens to every Indian in this system unless they agree to be civilized or a 501c3. Because this system does not see uncivilized Indians. You come to my country and you don't see me in my – capacity, being me on my land without no need to be civilized because this is my land. I don't have to be anything but me. So you see me in my natural state of being, and you tell me, oh, that's not good enough when I come. When I come to your country, you got to get civilized. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Well, that's why we got to notify them because that's the question we asking. Where'd you get your authority from? The church? Oh, they repudiated that. Are y'all ready to go home? Because if we don't, ladies and gentlemen, they're gonna say that we want this. Take that, take that. I don't want it. So that was the part I needed them to see, ladies and gentlemen. It's there, right there. Indians not taxed are remnants of uncivilized tribes. That is what I was. My tribe was not civilized. I Pemiak, that was the nation, and the tribe was Pascaton. So that's all I want them to see, ladies and gentlemen. Because they keep trying to say that, oh, Indians not taxed are in tribes. No, we're not. There you go conflating things again just to get what you want. You are so criminal. How the hell did you survive? How did you endure for so long being so ratchet? I don't get it. That ball must be something, yo. I guess that blood sacrifice kind of, in a way, kind of do work, but it depends on a lot of lies, though. So I guess it doesn't work. We're just being lied to, okay? That ain't, there's no superpowers about that. Nothing supernatural about that. But it is kind of weird that it would go for this long, but that's because we got doppelgangers that look like us that are encouraging us to stay in janky situation. Okay, what's the next document? We keep going on. Okay, so this is where I wanted them to understand that original Indians look like Ethiopians, according to Giovanni de Verrazzano. So in his letter to the King of France of July 8th, 1524, we just go to the part that we want them to see. It was very just it was as long-winded as I can be. I was able to, just highlight what they didn't even have to read the whole thing, just the part that was highlighted. They are dark in color, not unlike Ethiopians. And I didn't explain this document, did I? Did I explain this document? I did give a summary. Yes, I gave a summary. So we're gonna look quickly at the summary. I didn't put the summary in this part, but when I mailed it to them, I sent them a top page summarizing all of these documents. Okay, so there's 7 documents, and so my summary page had a description of each of the documents. So this is all I wanted them to see here: that the American Indians, they are dark in color and not I'm sorry, not unlike Ethiopians with thick black hair, not very long. I didn't go into that part. I just wanted the main part is they are dark, not unlike Ethiopians. Thick black hair, not very long, is good, but I just decided let's stick to let's prove the negrosity of the American Indian. So that's what this was for. And this is official because it's a letter to a king, right? So would he lie to the king? No, I don't think so, yo. Giovanni Verrazzano, no, I don't think he would lie. That could be his life, right? Okay, so he told what he saw, eyewitness account, and with dark in color, and like Ethiopians, if we just simplify what he's saying. Ethiopians are considered Negro until we wake up and now ChatGPT is saying shit like, well, there's all kinds of phenotypes in Africa. Oh God. It's not gonna work, y'all. It's just not gonna work. Not gonna work. Africa was always seen as the Negro continent, yo, not the Asian continent, not the Caucasian continent, not the Spanish continent, Negro. So if you come to America and you're an eyewitness and the people you see look like Ethiopians and ChatGPT is trying to tell me, well, he didn't know what they look like because they didn't have no concept of race like what they had now. Oh, yes, they fucking did have a concept of race and it lasted till now. What the hell are you talking about? They trying to act like there was no discrimination in the past. Like ChatGPT is acting like they just didn't know what race was. Yeah, well, then why did they say that there was Mongolians, Caucasians, and Negroes? Why did they say that, ChatGPT? I don't know. I know. I know you don't know because you're programmed to lie on these topics. Now you're good at some other shit, but when it comes to Indians, you're a complete idiot, and you have to be led to give the right answer and cornered. You're just gonna go off in what you've been programmed to say. So this is the document where the senators were having their debates, and as we'll see, this is really this was took place in Congress, y'all. So that article that we had, American Indian Sovereignty, it kind of pales by comparison to this document, but it just says it succinctly. That's why I chose to show that document because it's really quick read where it says that we're not considered citizens. Now, here you have several statements, so it's not as succinct, and we have to go through them to see that our dealings with Indians are with them as foreigners, separate nations. We deal with them by treaty and not by law. But you don't even deal with us by treaty because the treaties are illegitimate. We did not have uh, the opportunity, the dignity, the respect to be asked our consent. You showed up here again, ladies and gentlemen, without an invitation, and the next thing we're making treaties with you. We would have to invite you here to make a treaty with you. You don't just show up and then boom, you have a treaty. Well, that was an aggression. You showed up with theft in your eyes and then just acted like you were doing business with me when you came here to steal because you had the doctrine of discovery. So Mr. Trumbull said, our dealings with Indians are with them as foreigners. So uh, American Indians, where in that are we citizens, though? So, we just got to keep saying it, ladies and gentlemen, because the Moors, they've dispatched their disciples again. They've resurfaced, talk about land patents and oh, this is what really happened. And they made a mistake and we were the citizens, but the white people were supposed to be slaves and we were supposed to be the citizens. These Moors really take us for fucking fools, yo. They literally rewrite history only for us, ladies and gentlemen. The rest of the world don't get this bullshit. They dig shit up in their little treasure chest of history custodian. So they come up with stuff, but the question you got to be asking is, why now? Why now are you finding all of this? I stood up and said I'm an Indian, not taxed, and you come and tell me that I'm a citizen, but they just got it wrong. But you was the real citizen because you had the real vote. Like, shut up, just shut up. These Moors they just don't know how to stop, yo. This birthright is precious to them. That's why they gotta wrest it out of your hands. Act like it don't exist. You was a citizen. I was not a citizen before colonization. Just miss me with your bullshit. You want me to be a citizen, you more. Citizens so they can be on the same level as you. And that's when you're gonna whip out your sultan and say, "Ha, we the ones that are in charge because you like, oh shit, you got a sultan? You don't talk about him too much. He told me not to. Oh my goodness, these boys are still at it, God. They don't give up. It's crunch time. They say these niggas is trying to take their land back. We better tell them that they citizens. And see, ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman, this is when I see how they use their race to bait us into bullshit. So we see them, and our instinct is we want to believe that the black man got the truth. Da, 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 da. When I tell you that these white state nationals gave me more truth than I ever got from a Moor, I mean what I say, ladies and gentlemen. I've listened to the Moors, trust and believe. It took me time to decipher the bullshit because you would the spell of the blackface. I think a more the best ones are like it's like a minstrel of some sort. They're using a blackface, but they punking your ass, saying that oh no, you just get a document in the federal government and sign that, and you could be an Indian with the SF-81. It's the SF-181. Wait a minute, is that a federal document you're telling me to sign? Yeah, but it'll make you an American. No, no, wait. Roll it back, roll it back, roll it back. Slow roll. Listen, I ain't filling out no fucking federal documents. That's for you more because you're a foreigner, not me. Dare you try to make me like I'm a foreigner on this land, needing federal paperwork to state my standing? Oh no. I don't need your permission. I gotta just stand on what I know of myself to be an American Indian. I never heard my people say that we was African ever. Okay? So no, we don't need no SF-181. We don't need no affidavits. We don't fill out their paperwork. We make our own paperwork and say, there it is, boom, there it is. You want to sign our paperwork and be under my jurisdiction? Because that's what you might as well get used to being. How about you sign my paperwork? I got a SF uh fuck 81, okay? SF fuck 81 that I need you to sign. Okay. How I look getting colonizer paperwork to legitimize myself. I am legit. I was born legit, boo boo. And if you take your stank black ass back home, you be born legit in your country. But trying to be the master thief, it's not going to work. It's not the time for that. Get with the times. Our dealings, Mr. Trumbull said, with Indians are with them as foreigners, separate nations. We deal with them by treaty. But you know what? You're so janky. I don't want to treaty with you. I don't know what tricks you pull out of your little bag of tricks. I don't trust you. You did that, not me. You made me not trust you. Do you understand? You made me not trust you. Why would I want to do anything with you? But maybe what I would like to do is be at the airport and watch your plane take off. That's what I would with you in it. And sit by the window so I can be sure your ass is leaving, please. I'm gonna need to take a picture of your big ass head in the little window. Y'all saw that moonhead come over here try to take our reparations, yo. I said I done seen the sun, and now here's the moon gods trying to take my reparations. Pie face came over here looking for Moo Moo came looking for some reparations, y'all. And what he get? A flood. The moon bring the waters. And then when that moon set back in Where's he from? Ghana's? That moon brought the flood. The tide was high, very high. The tide is high, but I'm holding on. I'm gonna be real big. I'm just we don't we too tired. You can't take it over. So yeah, that moon went back. That black moon rising went on back, and the waters became God. I'm sorry, we're not laughing. It's just that, if I was thinking of this other thing, not that though. I was multitasking. I was just thinking of that something funny that happened. Okay, let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm gonna be a muskrat for the whole video, guys. I'm gonna be a muskrat. 'Cause, we ain't camera ready, shall we say? Excuse me. Excuse me. So that was Mr. Trumbles. Okay. So then we got Mr. Trumbles again. He said, Indians have separate governments. We do? You're trying to tell these boys that they look at you like they got three heads. He said, y'all trying to be outside of the corporation? Because you don't want to be with Massa? I don't. You, though, however, if that's what you want, fine, go have at it. Indians have separate? Wait, do we got to define what separate mean? Or do we remember what it mean when we say we citizens? And the senator is saying that we have separate government. So somebody ain't on the same page. You Moors got to get your story right, okay? It's a sad day in hell when I believe a white man over and the Negro is telling me he's the devil, and this devil is telling me the truth, and the Negro lying in my face. The Negro called a Moor. That's where this is all coming from, y'all. And you got to understand why. It's because they're not American. But if they can make us not American, then somehow they can be American. You see, they don't want us to have our own birthright, but then somehow they're going to come back and try to get it once they convince us that we African. That's the game, y'all. And only a Moor can play that game. No other race can. They said, keep your what? Your friends close and your enemies closer? Yeah, you got to watch these Moors, yo. Because the new thing now is they might not say they're Moor, but they're going to be talking about, well, you're supposed to be a citizen, and but this citizen, what it wasn't like what it was now. It's the one back in the 1700s. The one back in the 1700s was just as bad as the one right now. Stop lying to yourself. Nothing was ever good here. It was worse back then. Do you recall Jim Crow, you dummies? Not you, my wonderful listening audience, just them Moors out there that's listening. Trying to make it like it was a Shangri-La. Oh, back then we had this and we had that. We had Jim Crow. Shut up. Wake the fuck up and stop it with your nonsense. Yeah, this business and that business. And because the government was not your friend. That's why they allowed them Ku Klux Klan to do that. That's why they allowed that little boy, Emmett Till, to be, oh my God, what the hell did they do to that little boy? And you here trying to tell me that this is you want to stay and be a citizen. Was Emmett Till a citizen? Ladies and gentlemen, was Emmett Till a citizen? Was his mama a citizen? Uh-huh. And you said what? We supposed to be citizens? Uh-huh. Now they're trying to get us all jabbed up, and that's what they do with citizens. And you telling me more that I'm supposed to be a citizen because it say birthright citizen. That's for you. No, my Negro, that's for you. You need the citizenship. I'll take the birthright. You have the citizenship. Um, yeah. You gotta figure that out though. Was Emmett Till a citizen, ladies and gentlemen? Was his mama a citizen? Should we look it up real quick? Let me see what they got to say. Was Emmett Till a citizen? Why they gave him a makeover? Was Emmett uh, Emmett Till's family United States citizen? Then let's look. Let's see what lie. Oh yes, Emmett Till and his family were United States citizens. Ah, uh-huh. You were born in Mississippi. His mama was born in Mississippi, and he was born in Chicago, Illinois, making him a U.S. citizen by birth. His family, including his mother and relatives in Mississippi, such as Moses Wright, were part of the African American community in the United States, participating in the Great Migration from the South to the North. That's what citizen gets you, ladies and gentlemen. A face makeover. Just don't look in the mirror when it's finished. And please close the casket. Please close the casket when you get your beauty makeover from being a United States citizen. Yeah. Yeah, they people say that ain't funny. No, it's not funny. What's funny is that people want to be citizens and that they want to be under a system that will allow that little boy to be so horribly disfigured. That was a citizen, baby. Citizen. And like I said, I was done when felt threatened into having to get a jab I didn't want, and I didn't get. So that's what citizenship meant and means to me. And if you Negroes think, not you, my lovely listening audience, never you, never. And I'm serious about that. I need all the viewers I can get. I just, I gotta try to make it a little funny, a little entertaining, but never against violence. Nope. I need my viewers very much because I'm a small channel trying to grow a little bit and get a good message out. Uh, but sometimes these algorithms, But mm, people, especially so-called Negroes, are still thinking they're gonna get a good shake. Somebody needs to shake them awake and shake and bake and shake them awake. They are still sleeping, y'all. They are dreaming of something that is never going to happen. Ever. When somebody's pushing for you so hard to be part of something, as a quote unquote Negro, that's when you should be running for the hills. When you see a Negro get on a platform talk about, oh, we had the highest citizenship, and we was the real citizens, and blah, 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 blah. Turn off the computer. They're gonna get you because they black. That's what the danger of watching wars. They make, oh, I found something. This Again, everything they find is saying to stay in the system. When do they find the part where we were without this system? Do they ever look that up? No. Why? Because they're Moors. They don't want to talk about when we were actually free. They want to stay in bondage era and talk about how glorious it was being in bondage at certain specific times between lynchings and disfigurements. There were some beautiful times for the Moors because they enjoyed that, ladies and gentlemen, truth be told. They enjoyed watching us be sacrificed to Baal. They enjoyed that because they serve Baal. Yes, that's who they serving, y'all. Behind all the noise, that's who it really is. It was called Set originally, but the same thing is required: death and blood sacrifice. Same thing that Set is about. Okay. Okay, so let's read Mr. Trouble one more time. The Indians have separate governments of their own. They do not recognize, nor are they made subject to the laws of the United States. You can't tell a morally inclined Indian that these days, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it odd that it's always black folks that's leading us back to the chopping board? Just stay, my nigga. I know he chopped your fingers off. Why don't you let him get your toes and your head and your arms and everything? Come on now. Like, Negro, when I refuse to be a sacrifice to Baal, do you understand that you're gonna have to be the sacrifice to Baal because of the contract you got with him? Is that why you push so hard for me to stay in this corporation so I could be a sacrifice to Baal? That's his modern name, y'all, and I guess it's as good as any. That's his more recent name. His original name was Set. Storm, War, Chaos type of deities. That's their character profile. Storm, war, chaos. Now, sometimes they just like to call them war deities because that's a little more flattering, where chaos and storms, it's like you gotta explain those a little more. Well, why would he be a god of chaos though? Well, because sometimes it takes chaos to really make you grow and be a better person. Well, we should be well grown by now as Negroes with all the crap we've been through. I think we had enough growing at this point for now. Okay, if every day got to be about discrimination and being lack black being black. What YouTuber said that? Was that Carl Nago? I think it was. I think it was. See, ladies, I try to give a little props, ladies and gentlemen, but I don't ever get no props from nobody. But that's all right. I'm good. I'm good. I get my props from the ancestors. Yeah. Yeah, I give my little shout outs every now and then. I don't do it too much. I admit, but I have done it. But that's all right. I like to, I don't like to be too, you know, uh, all the way out there like that. I just the ancestors lead who they will, and those will be the people that really want their birthright. I think that's what the ancestors want here, not the ones who, they just can't get out of colonization time frame. You know, trying to look, I guess for a glorious past, but I think we have to look for a glorious future. The past, ours is riddled with discrimination and theft from the 1400s. So if we can't see ourselves outside of the domination time, then, it's we're going to be trying to make up something about who we are when we were a people under siege. Like our lands were being seized, ladies and gentlemen, from the 1400s, seized and taken over with us still on it and being treated really bad. And there's no way that during colonization that we were being treated good. I don't care how it looks. It was a look, and that's all it was. We were not being respected as the people of this land. They were looking at us per the doctrine of discovery as domestic dependent type of sovereigns. In other words, type of sovereigns that could be taken over by more superior sovereigns that weren't domestic dependent, even though they were depending on all our resources. They didn't see themselves as domestic dependent. Isn't that strange? So they make and administer their own laws. Oh my gosh, get a load of that. Mr. Trumbull, could you please talk to these American Indians and tell them what that is about? Because they want to be in your system, where you treat them bad and stuff. They like that. Some of them like that. Yeah. Some, not all of us, Mr. Trumbull, not all of us. But could you speak to some folks, please, Mr. Trumbull, in spirit, go in spirit? Because I think you had a clue of what Congress was about and not supposed to be about. Um, so they make and administer their own laws, not the ones today, though. They said we just take the England laws. That'll work for us. We can do the English laws, please. Thank you. We don't want to we too, we too tired. Let's just do with England laws. Yeah, that's what's gonna do you in. Yeah. It's gonna make you a slave to England. Yeah. The monarchy is still around, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a monarchy where your colonizer came from. That means they still need subjects. Hello. All the other ones went underground because they got the Anglo-Saxons to be the face. And I think they must be getting paid pretty well to be the face because them black faces don't want to be seen, guards. That's why they got, only Britain now, the Anglo-Saxon, the face of the operation. As long as there's a monarchy in the place where your laws came from, your laws came from a monarchy, ladies and gentlemen, that still exists, ladies and gentlemen, which means there's going to be subjects, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be subjects somewhere in the vicinity of the Americas where they came. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have to be reminded that the monarchy is alive and well? And wherever there's a monarchy, somewhere there's going to be some subjects. And who were the people of the Americas that were made subject wards to a monarchy in Europe that still exists today? And now they have an American that married in. Now America potentially have their own version of a princess or something like it. Ladies and gentlemen, the monarchy is still alive and well and marrying into Americans. You know what that means. Ladies and gentlemen, we're peaceful Indians. We advocate peace, but we can't be slaves. That means we have to be sovereign. Uh-huh. So, um, yeah, it's that time of the night where I'm so tired that I'm kind of, in it's almost like being trippy or something. That hour. Okay, so Mr. Trumbull said that Indians make their own laws. Are there any Indians up for that today, or do you just want to keep running to one side of the two-party mousetrap? Oh, today I'm a Republican, but because the Democrats scared me to death. Oh my God, the Republicans acting crazy. I'm going to be a Democrat again. Oh my God, the Democrats are acting stupid. I'm going to be Republican again. Republican again. Republican again. Oh, I'm going to be independent. That means that means one of the Republican and the Democrats are still going to get you. Excuse me. So you can't hide no place to hide. You can't hide no place to hide. That was a line from Friday the 13th, when Jason's mother was telling uh camp directors that they can't run from Jason and they can't hide from his. Okay, that was that was from Friday the 13th, in case anybody wanted to. Okay. So we are all over the place, are we, ladies and gentlemen? Um, so Mr. Trumbull said we supposed to make our own laws, but our Indians saying, nah, 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 no, we are supposed to be citizens and let England make our laws. That's what some Indians want. Uh, they are not counted in our population. They are not represented in our government. You wouldn't know that to hear Morris talk about it today. They going back and saying we was supposed to be part of this. They in the exact opposition against the Constitution. That's the funny part. They're finding some kind of paperwork that says we were supposed to be citizens, yet the Constitution, clear as day, as Mr. Trumbull understood, he's saying that we were not represented in this government. Why are some Negroes out there saying that we're supposed to be citizens when a senator is saying that we weren't supposed to be? Ladies and gentlemen, I know I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, you might be saying, but Heru, you told this to us already. Are you repeating yourself? I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I have to. I'm finding that we keep being turned around to go back to the system because there's Moorish people on YouTube, Moorishly inclined alleged Indians that keep telling our people that we were supposed to be citizens and that the birthright citizen was for us. Yeah, well, they strategically made it for us so that they can disenfranchise us. You're damn right it was made for us because they said we was the emancipated slaves, but that's not something that's going to serve us. That's the problem. But if we tap into our sovereignty, we won't be up for elimination. So, Mr. Trumbull, we saw this before, ladies and gentlemen, but we have to read it again because there's some channels that are reawakening and they've come back with a new dedication to route American Indians back, sacrifice to the gods that these foreigners are serving. And the Constitution of the United States, in determining who shall be represented, says at Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, oh, yeah, and it's not that. Does the senator from Indiana want the wild, roaming Indians not taxed, not subject to our authority, to be made into citizens of the United States? Persons that are not to be counted in our government? Ladies and gentlemen, I feel like I just need to leave this on the screen. I say it so much that my tongue is saying, if you say this again, I'm gonna come out your mouth and slap you myself. I know, tongue, I'm sorry. Damn. But we gotta help the people, tongue. It's what else we gonna do? They say we're supposed to be citizens, and I'm reading that we're not supposed to be. And for my own sanity, I have to keep asserting myself, asserting what I know, saying it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. But this guy said it rather nicely. Indians have separate governments of their own. They do not recognize nor are they made subject to the laws of the United States. They make and administer their own laws. Does anybody want to do that? Does anybody want to try? Anybody? Besides me? My constituents? I'm not exactly alone, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to be best friends, but we can form an email chain and make a decision to send out notices in a peaceful manner. We have to do it in as big as numbers as we can get. It would help to make the process a little bit smoother if there's more than like just handful of people. But American Indians have to know what their birthright is worth and not think so much about fiat, because that's just something that a colonizer created. Our land is God given. It's from God. It's a gift from the gods, our ancestors. It's a gift. And we can't turn our back on this precious gift when we have thieves in the house. We can't focus on the little money that the thieves are throwing at us that they just print like, a little printing machine. They just print this stuff out and it ain't worth shit. It ain't backed by nothing but your blood, sweat, and tears. But your land, it serves you, it feeds you, it clothes you, it shelters you. Shouldn't be buying your own land, ladies and gentlemen. But you have to join together for the sake of taking it back freely, like the Pope said. So this went out with my last package, y'all. Yes. And again, it went out April 1st. I gave the public officials to the 15th to respond, and I haven't gotten any response. And that non-response is acquiescence and compliance with what I stated and my ownership of my land and my not needing federal IDs, not paying taxes, Indian not tax, not enumerating, no more census for me, and not representing. Because we never are properly represented anyway. They see us as wards, so they'll represent us likewise. Guardians to wards. They tell us what to do. So Mr. Hendricks, we had a word from Mr. Hendricks was, you ain't saying nothing but a word. I have no desire that the savage Indian shall be declared a citizen of the United States. I have no desire that any Indian shall be declared a citizen of the United States. I do not think he is now, and I do not think we ought to make him such. The clause of the Constitution to which the Senator Trumbull referred has nothing to do with the question of citizenship, and therefore he cannot use it to rely on. It is a question of taxation and representation, what the basis shall be. My objection is to his proposition of making property a test of citizenship. He is so right. So Mr. Trumbull is saying if you have property, you should be taxed. But Mr. Hendricks is saying if you have representation, you can be taxed. But if you don't have representation, like no Indian does, because they're not acknowledging us as Indians, so we have no representation as Indians, but we don't want representation as Indians because the Constitution says we have a separate government from this government. So we don't want representatives in Congress. We just want Congress to stop holding onto our lands and controlling it like we're not here and we are here. And it is our land. Mr. Davis said, my position is that this is a white man's government. It is. It was made so at the beginning. Thank you. The charters were granted by different sovereigns of England to the various colonies, were granted to white men and included nobody but white men. They did not include Indians. Okay. He's right. This government was catering to whites. That's why we had the Ku Klux Klan. Come on, get real. The government had these people running around with tablecloths to terrorize us because this was not our government. I mean, why do we keep? I don't know. I can't understand it, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what it would take for people to really stop, to stay in their lane. Okay. But it is getting a bit later than I want. I am tired. But this was the last document in my package, I believe. There was a closing letter. So we read most of what the senators had to say, but I didn't like that the senators were trying to say that Indians not taxed were Indians and tribes, because that's not true. Indians were remnants of uncivilized tribes. So let's go back and see if we could find, okay, where they make the mistake of saying that was Indian tribes when it wasn't. Where is it at? I might not have highlighted because I really didn't agree with it because of what we saw that Indians not taxed were remnants of uncivilized tribes. But there's any questions. I don't think I highlighted it, ladies and gentlemen, but in this debate, it was said that tribes are not taxed. That's the ones that are not taxed because they're in a tribe, and that is their allegiance. But as we said, Mr. Trumbull said that, I'm sorry, the Census Bureau said that Indians not taxed are remnants of uncivilized tribes. But, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not finding the part in this one where I probably didn't highlight because, again, I wasn't crazy about it because I knew that Indians not taxed are different from Indian tribes. So I might not have underlined it. But there's a lot there, to get into if you're interested on your own. Uh, I don't think I don't think I highlighted it. So let's just cut down, y'all. Okay, so this is the closing letter, and I think we might leave here because I am getting a little fatigued. Dear public official, in addition to my main letter with enclosures to you, I'd like to nutshell for your convenience the basic logistics of the rightful claims of any misclassified American Indian not taxed. Firstly, there are no and were never any legally binding agreements that had any true meeting of minds. Arguably, these were all done under the duress of being invaded by foreigners and wars based on unwanted, uninvited invaders whose ultimate goals obviously included a complete takeover of the entire continent outside of the first uninvited 13 colonies. That the Algonquin Indians they found here also did not invite or agree to being here. The fact of the matter is, the only documentation justifying this invasion of American so-called Indians' lands was the papal bulls that comprised the doctrine of discovery. This legal fact is most evident in the three John Marshall Supreme Court cases, known as the John Marshall Trilogy. The precedent cases for all federal Indian laws. Due to this doctrine, which has been repudiated as of March 30th, 2023, there was never since 1493 any need for any compliance treaties, contracts, constitutions with American Indians. These alleged agreements were mere window dressing to be spoken of and put on display for the world stage to give the impression that American so called Indians were willing participants in an extremely hostile and merciless genocide of our entire legacy as a people who predate the very country that took part in the colonization of our people, today known worldwide due to this paper genocide as Negro, colored, Black, and as of recent times, African American. The United States Corporation clearly has very overtly taken to making no distinction between American Indians and foreigners called Black or Negro, and went as far as creating so-called Native American to further muddy the distinction and replace the very phenotype of original Americans they federally misclassified Black with Mongolian, Siberian, Native Americans. My people have suffered long enough under these genocidal tactics, and we are still here to reclaim our lands and our birthright without need to be civilized by our colonizers who have been all but civilized, trustworthy, or just truthful regarding our true identity. I ask, does Congress truly intend to ignore us forever and continue to unlawfully dominate us on our own lands, barring us from ever profiting off of our own natural resources, living as if we're the lowest economic class of people when with our land we are the wealthiest? I would like to strongly propose that the United States Corporation begin an ongoing system of what your corporation would call credit for all the possible expenses of a misclassified Black American Indian could have during their life while we live with a hostile genocidal entity such as itself on our sacred ancestral lands. The system would be as simple as and very similar to what was so easily given freely to the illegal immigrants invited here in the last 2 to 3 years, beginning with the Biden administration. This is a perfect example of what is owed to American Indians, federally misclassified black. But it would last for our generations to come. Similar to how the public debt is meant to last for our generations to come and allow a hostile entity to steal from and make debt slaves of our generations to come indefinitely. American so-called Indians who were politically genocided as blacks owe absolutely nothing to the United States corporation, as we have only been stolen from via our identity as well as our land, and then made debtors of the federal government through the 14th Amendment, which an ever purposely skyrocketed debt that the 14th Amendment citizens shall not question. I'm sorry, the 14th Amendment with an ever purposely skyrocketed debt the 14th Amendment citizens shall not question, because the Constitution says 14th Amendment citizens shall not question the public debt. And the public debt, they said, is now almost $39 trillion that Indians have to pay because they were the ones made the emancipated 14th Amendment citizens. And it is the 14th Amendment that says you owe the federal government, you have to pay their debts. So since the debts is 30, almost 39 trillion, that's what the United States citizens have to pay. That's what the Constitution says. But if you're not a citizen, you don't have to pay, and you are owed. So I'm just letting them know they could just give us a lifetime credit, like the debt that they intended to be a lifetime debt. Just turn into a lifetime credit for American Indians because you owe us. So we've been made debtors of the federal government through a 14th Amendment with an ever purposely skyrocketed debt that 14th Amendment citizens shall not question. Our perpetual debt slavery shall be converted to perpetual lifetimes credit to all of our uncivilized Americans who are no longer a part, who are by and large of the North American Algonquin linguistic groups, such as myself, particularly the lands occupied by uncivilized tribes. Another negating factor regarding contract or constitutional legitimacy is the naming of Americans into Indians. Our more accurate identity, like any other peoples of the world, would be calling us by the name of our landmass, Americans. Although we can trace to where I'm sorry, it's that time of night again, ladies and gentlemen. I've been going on. Okay. Another negating factor regarding contract or constitutional legitimacy is the naming of Americans into Indians, our more accurate identity. Like any other peoples of the world, would be calling us by the name of our landmass, Americans. Although we can trace to where we were we were denied self-definition to the invasion of Columbus, the fact remains, if we were misnamed as means for colonizing entities to gain dominion authority over us, this would also nullify any alleged obligations that we have to the United States by reason of this changing of our identity from Americans to Indians. The misnaming allegedly due to thinking America was India when India did not exist at the time of the Spanish invasion, but showed up in 1498, 6 years after the Spanish invasion of 1492. This begs the question, how could Columbus think he landed in India in 1492 when India was not called India until 1498? This is just a coincidence. I'm sorry, this is just one It should be one example of the political genocide when a people found on a landmass called America are somehow not called Americans by the invaders, but randomly called Indians, a misnomer that actually sticks even after it became well known that this was was America and not Bharat, renamed by European colonizers after the fact. Regardless, it is time for restoring people who are only set up for political extinction if we allow the United States to continue in genocidal misnaming and lies. The crime is exponential as the United States persists in living in an intentional amnesia of its crimes against American Indians in an attempt to oppress and genocide us permanently. The doctrine of discovery has been repudiated. American Indians are allowed our lands, our identity, and compensation credit equivalent to the growing amount and duration of the public debt. Respectfully, an American Indian not tax, Anthony claims. And that was the last page in this, I think, 7 document uh, package. I did want to go over the summary page, but we did go through all the documents themselves. The summary page is just summarizing what these documents are about. Um, and I did have it pulled up to look at. Um, okay, let me see something. Come on. Stuff we looked at before. Okay. Okay. This is the summary, but it shouldn't be 6 pages. It's only, is it 6 pages? Oh, because of the front and the back, but it's actually just 2 pages. So, okay, maybe we will go over the summary. So, the documents we just looked at, I figured I should give them a cover page to let them know what they're looking at. So, I called it a summary of the Declaration, the 7 enclosed documents regarding the declared standing of a peaceful American, so-called Indian, in relation to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 of the Constitution of the United States of America. Please note the entirety of the enclosed documentation, all the documents we just looked at, is written to be understood in plain English as opposed to legalese that would otherwise bind a free sovereign American Indian unlawfully to the jurisdiction of the United States in all of its created entities and or corporate or other fictitious manifestations. Thank you. So the first thing we read was the personal letter. That was the one we read was to the Supreme Court clerk, but the names are all at the top because I want them to all know that they're all getting that document and they together know that they got that document, even if one of them tries to ignore it. So they probably will talk amongst themselves. Did you get that letter? What do you think about it? Well, I'm doing my research. I had never heard it before, but it sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, I do. And I have it's a very basic understanding, but it's good enough. It really is good enough. All I have to know is that you don't have jurisdiction over me, and then you've done stupid things to try to pull jurisdiction over me, like misclassifying me. That was a huge mistake. That was a huge mistake. Taxing me. When the Constitution says Indians are not taxed, but you misclassified me, so in your world, I can tax you now. Yay! Yeah, that's why I don't want to do business with you. If I were a chief, I would direct my people to not deal with you at all and to expel you in a peaceful, loving manner. Uh, So we read the public letter to public private United States officials. Document number 2 was September 12th, 2024 public legal notice of Anthony Bryan Clements, an American descendant of first contact Algonquin, Wyapemiac Indians, who, along with all American so-called Indians, was unlawfully federally misclassified colored Negro, Black, today called African American. So that, telling them what my that I have my public legal notice as document number 2. Document number 3 is this is where I wrote the most. The March 30th, 2023 papal bull that nulls and renders as having no effect. Please see section 8. We read section 8, says that we shall enjoy our lands freely, you know, or otherwise repudiates all actions, documents, laws, rules, regulations, mandates, national or international, that were a result of the papal bulls that comprise the doctrine of discovery. This American asserts and confirms that this, as necessity, includes any and all treaties, agreements, congressional acts, court cases. So I'm saying the papal bull nulls and renders as having no effect. I am asserting that it applies to treaties, and it does, agreements, congressional acts, court cases, executive orders, United Nations documents, or declarations of any kind, any United States derived entities or any entities that ever partnered with the United States derived entities, any state or federal constitutions, as well as any misnomers such as colored, Negro, Black, African American, etc., applied to American so-called Indians. So I'm saying all of that is null and of no effect. The Constitution, null and no effect, because it was here because the doctrine of discovery made it possible. They invaded us because of the doctrine of discovery. Everything that follows is a result of the doctrine of discovery. All agreements, treaties, all that was because of the doctrine of discovery, and the doctrine of discovery made it all unnecessary. It was just to make it look like they were playing nice, but they were really looking at us as slaves to be conquered with lies and a church doctrine. So I'm saying all I'm asserting, it says this American asserts and confirms that this as necessity includes any and all treaties, agreements, congressional acts, court cases, executive orders, United Nations documents or declarations of any United States derived entities or any entities that ever partnered with any United States derived entities, any state or federal constitutions, as well as any misnomers such as colored, Negro, Black, African American, applied to so-called Indians. This American so-called Indian also asserts and confirms that the term Indian itself is also a political misnomer that should have also had the effect of rendering all agreements, contracts, treaties, laws, etc., with any United States derived entities null, by reason that the doctrine of discovery effectively made all these alleged agreements unnecessary window dressing, as this was all conquest, which renders American Indians unwilling prisoners of war who were categorically all under duress, which voids all actions and laws of the United States and all its associated fictitious corporate entities void. Again, by reason that all American so-called Indians were and still effectively are under duress, as we were never seen as having the legal standing to fall under any protections in any unalienable capacity. All so-called rights created for American Indians were and are still subject to retraction. This is compounded by the fact that the American so-called Indians were all unlawfully made 14th Amendment citizens, bound exclusively and inextricably to the debts of the United States, with a purposely made, ever increasing public debt meant to enslave American Indians for generations infinitude. This free sovereign first birthright American asserts and decrees that for this and other reasons likewise, i.e., above infinitude dead, intended for specifically American Indians, misclassified black, etc., per political misnomers above, as well as about 250 years of unpaid lease or rent in the seizure of lands first possessed by my ancestors, as well as the penalties for unfathomable, unquantifiable uh, a degree of the equivalent pain and suffering under uh, eras such as Jim Crow and the terrorism of lynchings and police brutality that continues to this day. The international degree of institutionalized defamation and discrimination, including but not limited to a discrimination socially, spiritually, and financially due to the systematic caste system. All his own land. Okay, I'm sorry. All his own and his immediate extended family's expenses, past, present, and or our generations likewise, infinitude, must be made null and considered paid in full for the duration of the subjugation of all American Indians under such alleged debts. So all the red was just showing the other reasons why. Okay, let's read it again without reading the red, so it makes a little more sense. This free sovereign birthright American asserts and decrees that for this and other reasons, likewise, all his own and his immediate extended family's expenses, past, present, and our generations, likewise, infinitude, must be made null and considered paid in full for the duration of the subjugation of all American Indians under such alleged debts in the capacity of what would be equivalent to a fiduciary. I'm sorry. Uh, in the capacity of what would be equivalent to a fiduciary or an American paramount chief, such as the chief known as Chief Powhatan, representing any and all American Indians historically. I'm sorry. I'm basically saying I assert and decree all his own and his immediate extended family expenses, present, past, present, and generations likewise, infinitude must be made null and considered paid in full for the duration of the subjugation of all American Indians under such alleged debts. In the capacity of what would be the equivalent to a fiduciary or an American paramount chief, such as chief known as Chief Powhatan, representing any and all American Indian and historically and currently politically diminished, having been federally misclassified colored, Negro, black. Oh man, I think I forgot a period in there or something, or forgot a word. Let me see. I'm trying to say that of what would be equivalent to a fiduciary or a paramount chief. I'm representing any and all American Indians historically and currently politically diminished, having been federally misclassified Negro Black, excluding the Iroquois Confederacy, the five civilized tribes, or any Native American or Indian tribes that are state or federally recognized or known as civilized or otherwise incorporated, such as in 501c3 corporations. I speak on behalf of and extend these right and just compensations and reparations to my fellow American so-called Indians who have been misclassified beginning with the first federal census of 1790 as colored, Negro, black, and now further displaced off of our ancestral lands as African American. Please also note this package, along with these compensations or reparations, are not to be considered as applicable or due to those blacks or FBAs, fundamental Black Americans, or those who identify as Moors, Moorish, Moors, or any other entities claiming an African origin. See, that's the key here. Where you say, well, why can't we be part of it? Because you're African and you're agreeing to be that. And this is only for Americans. We are the victims of this, not the ones who are pushing us into it by saying we're African, feeding into the lie. In short, acting as a fiduciary for the above misclassified American so-called Indians, it's my strong recommendation that all reparations be provided not by U.S. fiat, but to simply simplify the process, these be provided as unlimited prepaid credit for all living expenses, including medical, dental, homes, home repair, utilities, any bills, notes, cars, food, clothing, necessities, as well as what would be considered luxuries of the above misclassified first Americans. This would relieve the burden of the United States thinking in terms of monies that have always been noted to be unavailable and in limit. It also removes the Federal Reserve's applying interest as well as for the for-profit aspect of using fiat. As due to the papal repudiation, no systems of conquest should be seeking to profit off of the systemic genocide of American so-called Indians. All the profitability of political genocide, the legal use of the federal misclassifications, black, etc., above, and resulting debt slavery must end effective immediately. The use and effects of the misnomers colored, Negro, black, etc., must end immediately due to the possibility of causing continued political harm to and genocide of American Indians who are by and large unaware of the genocide. So that was me long-windedly talking about the document, the power of the repudiation papal bull. That's was all. So I was just trying to explain that the March 30th, 2023 papal bull nulls having no effect. You know, anything that um, prevents us from. Okay, repudiate. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, that was the papal bull. Okay. Yeah. That was the longest one. The document number 4 is the Federal Census Bureau's conditions of Indians taxed and Indians not taxed. Document excerpt. This document is to provide evidence that the Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 term Indians not taxed was not applied to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 Indian. Two mentions were unlawfully and unconstitutionally seen as one and the same, applied to tribes while the other does not specify tribes. But per this census document, remnants of uncivilized tribes, of which I am a descendant of. So the implication here is also the United States, in actuality, can only speak in authority over civilized tribes, which are essentially tribes created by the federal government. Number 5, the document is the Giovanni de Verrazano letter to the King of France, King Francis of France. This document is to provide evidence of the actual appearance of the American Indian so-called Negroid. Uh, I'm sorry. Okay, okay. This document is to provide evidence of the actual appearance of the American Indian as so-called Negroid, referring to kinsmen of the Roanoke appearing dark in color, not unlike Ethiopian. This evidence is to differentiate so-called Native Americans who migrated via the Bering Strait and are considered Siberian or Mongolian immigrants, as opposed to my ancestors, seen as the federally misclassified Negro and we do not claim to be from anywhere outside of the Americas as the first birthright owners of this vast landmass by what has typically been loosely referred to as God. So we are first birthright owners by God, by what is typically referred to as God. That's how we are birthright owners. This American so-called Indian asserts and affirms American Indians did not know the, and truthfully still by and large do not know, it should have been do not know, the God or gods of our Christian Judeo Islamic colonizers. Though not provided in this mailing, the artifact or remains known as Luzia also speak to the true ethnic identity of the first Americans, misnomered Indians via colonization. Okay, now, let me see. Document number 6 is American Indian Culture Research Journal. That's the journal with the senators, that we just looked at. Let's see. Do I want to read all this? Because we just read that document, and this looks pretty long. Oh, number 7 is the closing letter. This, please note, all content is subject to amendments and or updates made by author. Thank you in advance for your time and attention. In peaceful First American Sovereignty, Anthony Clement. Should I read all this? I feel so tired. The American Indian Culture and Research Journal. The George Beck article, the 14th Amendment as related to the tribal Indians, Section 1, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and Section 2, excluding Indians not taxed. This document is to provide evidence that American so-called Indians, federally misclassified, colored, Negro, Black, were never to be under the jurisdiction of the United States, not to be citizens of any kind. We were to be completely sovereign men and women of the land. And this is the standing that I declare and reclaim as my rightful birthright to Congress, aka the United States, and all its respectful subsidiaries, franchises, offshoots, any and all of its residual or resulting related partners or daughter entities. This article, senators erroneously conflate Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, Indians. I forgot to put the 2, Indians not taxed. So they know when I say Indians not taxed, that's that article. As we have shown per evidence above that these were not Indian tribes or the strongly inferred civilized tribes, as the census document proves, Indians not taxed were remnants, not tribes, but remnants of uncivilized tribes. In light of that fact, the debates among the senators read more like stage propaganda intended to promote the false notion that Indians not taxed are one and the same, one and synonymous with Indian tribes, who again, by all indications per the census document number 4, are only the civilized tribes as opposed to any uncivilized tribes. This sovereign American so-called Indian asserts and affirms that in actuality, going by the exact wording of the Constitution itself, there should be no such thing as any civilized tribes at all, by reason the Constitution does not define or specify what a civilized tribe is, and therefore civilized tribes are unconstitutional entities and creations of the federal government. All Indians, federally misclassified colored, Negro, Black, should have been seen as Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 Indians due to this article setting the precedent standing of these American so-called Indians exclusively. The United States took our forced indenturehood as prisoners of war as a means to classify us as permanent slaves, which presumably allowed Congress to assume the right to enumerate us in their census, which subsequently allowed them to further presume to eradicate the entire intent of Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 completely and replace it with the equally misinterpreted Commerce Clause, where an unconstitutional plenary authority was again assumed, and the phrase commerce with Indian tribes was read to mean non-existent commerce of Indian tribes. as well as all the imagined affairs of all so-called Indians. So they took the Commerce Clause to mean that it has to do with the commerce of Indian tribes, not with Indian tribes, but anything an Indian does in commerce. They're interpreting the Commerce Clause to say that they're in charge of anything an Indian does, as well as all the imagined affairs of so-called Indians. In short, the doctrine of discovery derived Constitution. So let me say that again. In short, the doctrine of discovery derived Constitution. I'm saying that the Constitution is derived from the doctrine of discovery, patronizes and panders to American Indians by deceitfully leading with an Article 1 that speaks to our rightful and true full sovereignty. It then erodes our rightful and true sovereignty by completely depriving us of any possible control over our own lands and resources via the grossly unfounded Commerce Clause. And finally, it evicts us off of our own land by insidiously associating us with Africans taken into slavery from Africa with no claims to our lands, which are all of the Americas, and given Congress created alienable civil rights. Okay, so I'm saying a lot. Should have put a period somewhere there. But, they gonna get it, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have to be a grammar genius to get my message across. Um, so I'm saying that this is all they did. They misinterpret the Commerce Clause, and finally, the Constitution evicts us off of our own land by associating us with Africans with the 14th Amendment, right? Taken into slavery from Africa with no claims to our own lands, which are all the Americas. And given Congress created, I somehow got that wrong. We were given Congress created alienable rights, civil rights, that are a sad, sorry fraction of the Bill of Rights. American so-called Indians should have never been seen as permanent slaves, but if anything, as indentures who had, who in fact had a standing to return to after the term of years was served, unlike any conceived Africans who do not have any standing on this land to return to. Closing a public official letter that we read. So, ladies and gentlemen, we read a lot, and I'm sorry for my bad reading at times. But I really think I'm going to end the video because it's been going a while. I thank you so much for watching. Once again, this was the cover letter or summary of enclosures, and where I try to summarize each of the documents, although numbers quite seem more than a summary. It's like it's a freaking Gettysburg Address when we're talking about the papal bull, because that is the most important document, I think, next to my public legal notice. Because it's telling them that everything they built this system on, which is the doctrine of discovery, is now repudiated. That's what it really means, but they would never say that because they're trying to stay here. They don't want to go home, ladies and gentlemen. They want to move into your house and slowly push you not into the basement, but into like a grave under the basement. That's the destiny they have for us, ladies and gentlemen, because they intend to take our land permanently. So I'm going to stop my share and say we're going to close down. Thank you so much for watching. Oh, I'm feeling like the muskrat again because I see myself in the mirror here and I'm a whole muskrat. But I hope you like my blue hoodie. The last thing I wore was, I had a different outfit on last time. I don't know if you noticed. But thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. We try to do things to make it a little interesting. That's why you're looking at a muskrat trying to talk in his soprano voice And it's really not working, is it? Till next time, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. I hope you're not overwhelmed. This video seemed like it might be longer than the last. I'm so sorry. But we did get the word search to work. That's the big celebration, right? So till next time, be and stay American so-called Indians, not citizens. And remember, no consent, no contract. No consent, no contract. We never gave consent because the doctrine of discovery was what they used without our consent. All that happened after the doctrine of discovery should be considered null and of no effect, like the Pope said. It was all duress, ladies and gentlemen. We did not consent willfully. They knew they were taking our land before they even got here. Okay? They came to take, not to negotiate. They came to take, not to negotiate. We did not invite them. We ended up having to treaty with them because they wanted to make it look good. It was all duress. It was all non-consensual. They depended on wars that they said we were having with each other to insert themselves. Our wars would have been our business. We did not need a foreigner like, lounging around or fluttering around us, waiting to see who the winner would be so they could immediately gravitate toward them, right? We didn't need that. We didn't need that. But they had an invested interest in our land. So they used to say they didn't instigate any fighting that took place by filling the civilized Indians' heads with Moorish bullshit until they turn on their own people. And just like a Satan, they just sitting there waiting for us to tear each other apart so they can take our land. There was no consent. There was no consent. The contracts, all of them, are null and void. Truth be told, and until next time, as we say, be and stay American, so-called, and have a great one.